Slovakia. Yeah, like Big River Man. No, and then say, give me a percentage. Wow. Do you know what surprised me? Right. Do you know what surprised me? Do you know what surprised me more than anything in that movie? It was not the fact that he swam it. It's not the fact that he drank so much when he swam it. It's not the fact that he ate horse hamburgers. It was the fact that when he started the swim, he was fat, and by the time he ended it, he was still fat. Like he wasn't at all in shape. Like not at all. Like you could tell me like this is the best long distance swimmer in the entire world, and I would still be like, no, that's not true. The best long distance swimmer, yeah, but then why wouldn't you want to be like super fat? I get that. But then why wouldn't you want I get that, but I would think that it wouldn't be like that wouldn't be the body shape that it was. I would I would still think that somebody who was like ripped would be stronger. I get that he's got muscles underneath that fat. But then wouldn't like somebody super fat have bigger muscles and more buoyancy? I get it, what you're saying. It's like a happy medium. You can't be too fat or you're not gonna have the energy to do it. You can't be too skinny or you won't be buoyant enough to do it. I get that. I also kind of think that that guy was bonkers. Like, not really. I mean, I get what he was doing, but he couldn't keep his ideas focused. Like, hey, dude, why are you swimming on the other side? Oh, right. Well, and you fell asleep at the end. You didn't even think he made it. And then he had to read that thing to all of the news media in Colombia or Venezuela. And they were like, why are you doing this? And he was like, I do it for the cleanliness of the water. And we're going, oh, okay. And then he's like, I do it But he like changed that.
Here we go. There we go.
He changed that story like mid adventure. So it's like, are you doing this for the Amazon rainforest, or are you doing this for clean water? I get it though. I mean, people ask me every single day, why do you do this? But my message is always the same. It's always for world peace. But I want to end world hunger and end world thirst and take care of all that other shit too. So I get it. Like when you're doing something really big, you want to affect as much as possible. I get that. I'm not gonna make fun of him for it, but it's just like he was always about clean water, and then he pees in it.
I'm just assuming that he did. I mean, the alligator's peeing it too, so I'm sure that his human pee was negligible.
Doug, if you had watched the documentary, they addressed this. That he just goes to the bathroom in his wetsuit.
Okay. What do you think he's doing in the modern year?
I know what he's doing. No, I know what he's. That's not what he's doing. I know what he's doing. I can't believe you don't remember. He's an Uber driver in Phoenix, Arizona.
Oh, and he handed the DVD to people.
Exactly.
So let's go to Phoenix and just order Ubers until he fucking knows that.
Dog.
I don't care if it takes 10,000 Ubers.
And then give him a copy of his DVD.
Yeah, and a copy of our urine.
No, that's for the guy in Glendale who drinks his grandson's urine. Do you know who I'm referencing? It's in that Nathan For You with those people. Yeah.
Yes, I know.
Dude, I think about that guy so much. And I think he's Armenian or he's something. I think he's Armenian because he's in Glendale. And Glendale, California is the largest concentration of Armenians outside of Yerevan, Armenia, including all of the cities. There are more Armenians in Glendale, California than there are in any city in Armenia except for one city, the capital, Yerevan. And they're very interesting people. And that man who owned that gas station, like, he just reminded me of like a lot of. What were you saying?
I mean, Armenians are all there because why?
The Turkish tried to kill them all in like the early 20th century. It's called the like Armenian genocide. They killed 2 to 4 million Armenians, and a lot of Armenians moved to the United States, especially in like Fresno, California, and Glendale, California. And my great grandmother had owned an apartment building in Glendale, California, when it was like, I don't want to say like, it was like there were no Armenians there. And this was many years ago, before I was born. But I think the Armenian population started there with just having the ability to have jobs in a nice weathered place. And Glendale was perfect for that. And then, like, if you know how LA geography works, Glendale is like basically a bordering city to Los Angeles. It's very close. So there was this ability for Armenian people to have employment. And then also you had the fall of the Soviet Union. And if you know, Armenia was part of Russia or part of the Soviet Union. So when that fell, there were no jobs. So there was this huge group of people from Armenia to move to Southern California, and they have all of these stereotypes about them that are, uh, yeah, like 1991, and they're very into like certain industries, like the car industry. They're very big in the car industry, and they all kind of drive the same cars, white BMWs or like G wagons. And I mean, as the Armenians who I know have told me, you're either very rich in Armenia or very poor. There's like no in between. And like, I mean, like I'm sure you know the Kardashians, they're Armenian, and so all of their women kind of like try to look like that in a lot of ways. And the Kardashians are like Armenian royalty.
What did they? Oh, are they actually Armenian, right?
They are not, but they're treated that way.
How
Like,
did they get so rich?
Robert Kardashian was a lawyer for O.J. Simpson.
You fucking serious? You made that much money off the case?
Well, he was a big time lawyer, but there's also this dirty side of them that maybe involved sports betting.
The Magnet League.
Yeah, basically. Okay, back to that discussion. Okay, so
Couldn't you argue that golf is rigged by like magnetic balls? And
dude, I have thought this for a long time. In fact, I said it in like 2006 when Tiger Woods was so dominant. I said there's got to be something, and
He's the Martin Luther King of golf. You're just black revolution.
well, so I figured like I know his dad used to his dad worked he was in Vietnam and worked in intelligence in and like Tiger Woods was raised not too far from like he was like from like in Cerritos or Cypress, California, which is this area that has a lot of public courses. And then actually where I started these streams was at his golf course, which is in Anaheim. And that's where I would hit golf balls. And that's how the reason why I started these streams was I just wanted to see what my golf swings look like. Anyway, his dad was in Army intelligence and would like hypnotize his son, Tiger, really good golfer, and used to like throw stuff at him in his backswing to like keep him like really focused. And so he was like hypnotized at a young age, like really hypnotized to be like a really good golfer. And his dad, like Tiger Woods, one of his home courses was this naval course that like is near Long Beach, and like where he had I think he still has the course record, and he also has it at where I would play, which is this other course. And I wanted to know, how is he so good? And so I thought that maybe he had like like I've seen it in movies, but like a remote control ball or something like that. But it really turned out it was not that sophisticated. It just turned out that he had Nike equipment. And if you remember, Nike did not have golf equipment. Like Nike came out with golf equipment in the late 90s, but before then they did not have it. And so they would give him all their prototypes before they would give it to their other athletes. So that means balls that would go farther and irons that were more accurate and drivers that were more accurate. So he just basically had better equipment than everybody else. And that's how he was so much better. That's how he could shoot 18 under in the US Open and win by 20 strokes or whatever the fuck it was, 16 strokes, like all that shit. So basic.
True that Nike was just that much better at engineering golf. So.
Yeah, and I can say this with evidence. There's this one kind of
They like
nothing. He had his own shoe, but that was. I can tell you that there are some clubs that are manufactured. Like I have one that it's a driver that I have. Smaller slice of rock. I hit it straight every time. I have video evidence of this. Where normally I have a really bad slice with this one club. I'm not gonna say what it is, but I can always hit it.
why can't you say it?
Because I don't want anybody else to have one. I don't want anyone else to have one. And I can hit it straight every single time. And the way that I figured this out, when I was a young person, my dad and I went to the driving range when they were having uh, like manufacturers day. So all the manufacturers were there, Pink and Callaway and TaylorMade and Nike and Titleist, all the others. You could try out any of their golf equipment, and I would go there and we'd hit drivers, irons, whatever. And they made this one driver that I went to this manufacturer and I hit this thing and it went straight like every single time. And it was actually banned from the tour. So just look at golf equipment that's been banned from the tour. You would be able to find it out. I was like, immediately, like, yeah, I have to have that driver. And he's like, you can't use it on the tour. Like, I don't want you using it because it's going to basically overinflate your number, things like that. So I never was able to get it. But the summer that I started streaming, I went and I bought one from somebody. I picked it up in Lake Forest or Laguna Niguel, and I just met a guy. It's all on camera, and um, I'm telling you, I have maybe like 100 hours of myself just hitting golf balls, and I hit exactly 0 slices. I mean, it was fucking straight every time. And no, I'm going to tell you this. This is what it is. This is what it is. I had other golf clubs that when I would hit the ball, it would be this gigantic slice. This gigantic slice that would go from like the left side of the fucking fairway to all the way like out of bounds on the right side. And just a huge slice. And then I would just use this other club and it's dead straight every time. It's got the angle of it. It has a special club face that doesn't allow for the ball to spin like and I have it on phones. Um, like if you want to see it, I can show it to you. But yeah, I have but like it just is like oh, I hit the fucking ball every time. So anyway, um, and then it makes golf really fun because I could just sit there and just twitch and just make this beautiful sound for hours. I would just hit the ball. So anyway, um,
uh,
right.
So like the ball just like
that's how I think Tiger Woods was able to do it. Now, keep in mind, can you hear me? Okay. So keep in mind as well that by Tiger Woods doing what he did, do you know how much money that made golf? Yeah. I mean, it like changed the game. Like, it made youth golf really popular. Like, do you know how much money it made for like the golfing industry? It was like tens of millions of dollars. Like, and so they let Tiger Woods do all kinds of shit with his body that they normally wouldn't do. Like golf used to not do any drug testing. So Tiger Woods could take all kinds of steroids and they wouldn't test him for it. And he was going to the same doctor that Lance Armstrong was going to. This guy, his name's Dr. Ferrari. He was out of like Spain. And they would do this thing with your blood, which is done now, like pretty regularly amongst athletes, but it was not that. Where you you train at like let's say a high elevation, and then they take your blood when you're training at a high elevation, and they store it, and then they pump it back into you when you need it. Extra, like your body has more uh, red blood cells in it at that point because it's having to work harder when you're in the upper, when you're in higher elevation. And so they just let him run wild and go. And that required Tiger Woods to fight. So he just spent time, as I understand it, just like in Switzerland, where um, the natural Alps elevation. It is with Lance Armstrong. He would do it in the French Alps. And so that helped him. And also with Lance Armstrong, no, but if he looked, he could have been doing it in the United States as well. What did you say?
What are the red blood cells? They better.
So basically, are in a high altitude area, your body has to work harder, and as I understand, like produce more red blood cells to be able to get the same amount of oxygen to your body, and so your body just naturally works harder. In fact, um, so I dated this girl. I don't know if you really want to say we dated, but like we used to hook up, and she was a Division 1 athlete, and she was from originally Colorado, and she was like a big time recruit of our university. And then when she got to, um, so like there's this race every year that is like the biggest race in the United States for people in high school, and a lot of people get recruited from this race. And like I had a friend of mine who actually won the race. He was the fastest American man or boy out of high school. Well, this girl I know did really well in it, and like all her friends did really well in it, and they all got full ride scholarships to Division I schools. Well, when she got to university, she was extremely good at the beginning of her career because her body was still like hadn't yet acclimated to sea level. But then when she was around sea level for a long time, she didn't do as well. She was still good, but she wasn't like as good. And same with her friends. So there was this theory that we developed that basically when you have children, if you can, have them train in a high altitude environment, if you can, before the biggest races of the year. And then when they have to race, they will do very well because many of those races are at sea level. And so they'll do really, really well. And they'll get scholarships to go to, big time universities when maybe they wouldn't have gotten them normally. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I know. They might have put out.
Well, so that's a thing. Oh, I know. That's what Tiger Woods was doing. He was using altitude chambers.
I was just gonna say, like, kind of just artificially reduce the amount of oxygen I just take in and on at the same time.
Yeah, that's right. But I do remember that was somehow involved. These altitude chambers and this Dr. Ferrari. And also, okay, so do you know who Barry Bonds is?
Yeah, I
Oh,
do. Like,
yeah. But not the thing that made him really good was not the steroid. It was this arm brace that he had. Google Google Barry Bonds arm brace. Yeah, he was.
right, so I do see the time there.
Okay, so
But most hitters have an elbow time.
not like that. Wait, not like that. No, this is different. This is different. He actually had to be grandfathered in for that race because the MLB changed their rules. And what that race did, it was specially made for him in San Francisco. And what it would do is his arm to always lock in a perfect position. And like, let me look up the terminology on it. Right, exactly. And there was an argument made, hey, how are you going to let this guy have this giant brace? There were a couple arguments about it. Number one, he could use that brace if he wanted to lean into pitches and get hit by them, and then he would get a walk, and it wouldn't hurt him. And then the other thing was, it acted like a perfect uh, perfect pendulum. Hold on a second. Yo, how did Barry Bonds' arm brace allegedly work like a pendulum, or like urban theories that brace wasn't normal? Yeah. So here's the situation. There was a large hinge protection elbow guard, but the allegations were it was an extension aid pendulum. The brace was thought to lock in its front arm, keeping it straight like a lever or pendulum. This could help create a more consistent swing plane, extending the bat head into the hitting zone longer. And it also allowed him to crowd the plate. With the brace protecting his elbow, Bonds could stand closer to the plate being hit. This strength pitcher's options, fewer inside pitches, more pitches over the plate. It was custom built. And so the MLB eventually restricted the size and design of protective equipment because of him. Isn't that interesting? And now he's the home run king.
Yeah. I mean, it wasn't against the rules.
Yeah, that is against the rules. Yeah, but he couldn't lock into place. But nobody ever got a chance to look at it. And he was also part of um, an organization in San Francisco called Balco, which was Bay Area Laboratory Corporation. And they developed these two kinds of drugs that were exposed in a Sports Illustrated expose. One of them was called the Cream, and the other was called the Clear. And basically, what these things would do, they were like topical ointments that allowed you to get steroids into your body and pass a drug test. Like basically, the Cream allowed you to get the steroid, and the Clear would make it so that you would not be found doing steroids on a drug test, something like that. Anyway, so that's the Babe. That's the Babe Ruth. Now, Babe Ruth, if you know, was the home run king for like very well known to be a home run king. And he had the record before 700. Before well, he had a record before Barry Bonds right there of the home run king, 714. However, back then, when he was playing in like the 1910s, 1920s, 1930s, these guys weren't making any money. The pitchers, especially, they were making like what coal miners were making, basically. Like they were making millions of dollars. But Babe Ruth, because he did endorsements and such, he made more than anybody else. So what he would do is go to the pitcher of the opposing team, which isn't like it is now, where the teams are like not usually together or whatever. Or guys would go to the bar afterward and talk to each other, and he would say, "I want you to throw me to the plate. Here's $100." And so he used to be able to basically other team to throw in good pitches. What he wanted to. Does that make sense? So that's not like that. He 5 times that everybody else. There's another one. Joe DeMaio had a 51 game hitting to this day, and that's another one that they think that Riley may have been involved. Like it becomes a thing for pitchers who want to be part of history, and so they want to be one of the pitchers who had the game-winning hit. The like Babe Ruth's 13th hit was off of my grandpa, kind of deal. It become part of history. So you may be like, well, wouldn't they want to strike him out? Yeah, they do, but there's plus they're going to be part of history. That's exciting to them as well. Let's talk about basketball. So the Michael Jordan thing. I don't know if you're aware. We may have talked about it before. Jordan played baseball? Okay, so Michael Jordan was drafted in 1984, I believe 85. He was drafted in 1985. He was the third overall pick. He went to and the Bulls were really bad. And the Bulls went from like 1985. They started to get better, and then Michael Jordan did what was interesting. Have you seen the movie Air? Dude, it is one of the best movies I've seen in the last decade. It's like the story of how Michael.
And the baseball movie.
No, it's a basketball movie about how Michael Jordan developed the Jordan shoes. Anyway,
Terror, like
no, Air, like AIR, like Jordan Nike Airs.
Oh,
And it's got again, not a bunch of
okay.
people. Anyway, and the thing about that movie, yeah, it came out like 10 years ago. It has a great soundtrack, and nobody plays Michael Jordan. You just see him from behind, and it's really interesting that they do that. Anyway, um, so everybody would go with the same shoe company. It was the Converse kind of had the same shoes, and they would get whatever Converse wanted to pay, including like the biggest star of that time before Michael Jordan was Jay. But like Larry Bird, Michael Magic Johnson, they all just took like the standard uh, agreement for being a spokesperson. But what Michael Jordan did that was different, he didn't even want to do this. He didn't want to go out to Eugene, Oregon, like his parents made him. Is he took like he would get like 5% on every shoe that was sold, and that was like groundbreaking in the shoe industry. And the reason why Nike did it is they didn't have an athlete. They like couldn't afford it. They were a small company, and so they basically put all of their marketing into this one guy, and his shoes just became really popular to the point where the NBA became like an international sensation because of this one guy. Well, Michael Jordan still had won a championship, and they played the Detroit Pistons, and the Detroit Pistons were like a really stacked team. Additionally, the Pistons were really aggressive, and the Pistons beat them 2 years in a row, and the Pistons won back-to-back NBA championships. And Michael Jordan did not like it, so what Michael Jordan did allegedly was start to take steroids, and you can see it in his. It's when he went from having hair to his classic bald look, that where you can just see his muscles. He's like a small, framed person in the mid 80s, and he goes to be jacked by the early 90s. And the Bulls end up winning like the 89-90 championship, 91-92 championship, and 92-93 championship. And then all of a sudden, Michael Jordan retires to play baseball. And the whole world is like, what the fuck, Michael Jordan? You just won 3 games in a row, 3 NBA titles in a row. What are you gonna do? Like, why are you going to baseball? Now, if you ask Michael Jordan, he will say, "My dad always wanted me to play baseball, and it was his dream. I've done everything that you can do in basketball, so why not go play baseball?" But if you ask the other,
I might just say the first time.
look it up. Look up Michael.
Really played for the
Yeah, he played for So here's the thing: the White Sox owner was Jerry Reinsdorf, who also owned the Bulls. So Reinsdorf, the owner, was going to make money on Michael Jordan, meaning if he plays baseball, we're going to make money from concessions and merchandise, or if he plays basketball, we're going to make money. But the theory is this, and this is pretty well known. Michael Jordan's dad was murdered in 1992. He was driving a Mercedes-Benz sports car wearing a Rolex. And there are theories that this was a hit, meaning Michael Jordan pissed off the wrong people and they killed his dad. Now, his dad's body was found, and the Rolex was still on him, and the Mercedes Benz was untouched. Like basically, they just killed this guy, but they didn't steal his shit. And no, it was in like maybe North Carolina or something. I'm not sure where he died. It was Lumberton, North Carolina. Oh, it was a Lexus, not a Mercedes. Um, okay, so he was killed in North Carolina. But his body was found in South Carolina. Okay, but here's the thing: Michael Jordan is a very famous gambler, and the argument is this: that Michael Jordan wasn't paying his gambling debts, and they killed his dad. And then the next year, the NBA barred Michael Jordan from playing in the league. But they couldn't allow it to be a huge scandal because if you bar your biggest player, and arguably the biggest player to ever play in the NBA for gambling on games, that's going to ruin the league. People aren't going to trust it anymore. So they said that he retired in a backroom deal, though. It was really he was banned for 18 months. And so Michael Jordan went from being the biggest basketball star in the world to playing baseball for a season.
Why the fuck would he gamble on basketball?
Have you ever seen Michael Jordan with people? Like, have you ever seen the documentary that they did on Netflix called Last Dance? Michael Jordan bets on everything. He gets bored and he has so much money. He likes to intimidate people. So like he has owed people on the golf course tens of millions of dollars. And it's very well known that with casinos, he doesn't pay his bets. He says, I'm Michael Jordan. Like, you pay me to be there. And if I lose, I don't have to pay. So these casinos all around the United States have banned him from playing there. And um,
$1 billion something?
yeah, but he doesn't pay his gambling debts. But look at his gambling debts in comparison. This is an interesting fact. That's not liquid. That's just that he owns the Jordan brand along with Nike. But
I don't know if I can get an accurate answer, but they're saying 1.25 million of golf.
no. There was one guy who said he owed him. One individual said he owed him $40 million. Like huge, one professional golfer. And the thing is with Michael Jordan, there are many stories of this. They'll play poker. They play poker one time for 36 hours straight. Hold on. Let me. My browser working just a moment. This is documented in like a Netflix documentary. It's like what are some alleged Michael Jordan gambling stories like poker for 36 hours, and didn't he owe somebody like $2 million for golf? And isn't he banned? Yeah, over the years, a lot of gambling rumors. Okay, marathon poker sessions. Jordan was known for playing high-stakes poker games that could go on for 24 to 36 hours straight during the 1990s. Those stories came from teammates, writers, insiders who said he had incredible stamina for cards and betting. Often these games weren't just about money, but they were about competition and pride. The $1.25 million, $40 million golf game story. In 1992, San Diego, 1992. So this is right around that time when he went from golf to basketball to baseball. A San Diego businessman named Rabbi wrote a book called Michael and Me, Our Gambling Addiction. My Cry for Help. Like this guy wrote a book about gambling with Michael Jordan. That's how big a problem he is. In it, Esquinas claimed that Jordan lost $1.25 million to him in golf bets, but that after negotiation, Jordan only paid back $300,000. Esquinas also alleged at one point Jordan had gambled away over $40 million on golf alone. $40 million back then. That's a huge amount. So this isn't. That's true. Here's another one. Atlantic City during the 1993 playoffs. During the 1993 Eastern Conference playoffs versus the Knicks, Jordan admitted he went to Atlantic City to gamble the night before Game 2. Reports claimed he was there until 2 or 3 a.m., but Jordan said he returned earlier. This caused a media firestorm because the Bulls lost Game 2 questioned his focus. The James Slim Bueller check. In 1993, investigators found a $57,000 personal check from Jordan to James Slim Bueller, a golf hustler facing money laundering charges. Jordan testified that it was to cover gambling losses on the golf course. The revelation fueled rumors about how deep Jordan and whether it was tied to shady figures. Rumors of a secret suspension. Because Jordan abruptly retired in October 1993 after his father's murder, theories spread that the NBA secretly suspended him for gambling, rather than him leaving voluntarily to play baseball. David Stern and Jordan denied this, but there is evidence that supports it. Casino payments. There was that Jordan was banned from certain casinos, mostly in Las Vegas and Atlantic City, because of his heavy action. So, I mean, that's a lot of evidence, is it not?
Yeah, no. I know that.
Dude, it shocked the world when he played baseball. He was actually pretty good, but not good enough for the major leagues. No, he wasn't doing that, but he played, I believe, Double A baseball, which is pretty good, but he never played in an MLB game. Meaning, I think he played.
For the White Sox.
Well, he was in the White Sox farm league, farm team. I think he might have played one MLB game, but he did not do really well. And there's like all this speculation. There's an ESPN 30 for 30 on it. It's called Jordan Rides the Bus. And it's really funny. So he spent a year in Birmingham, Alabama. And, Michael Jordan was a phenomenon at that time. And so he gets the clown. And it's like this small Alabama town. And he drives up in a Porsche or whatever from the airport. And he meets they did this interview with this small town real estate agent. And she's like, "Yeah, I sold Michael Jordan his house." And, he just gets there and he's like, "Yeah, I'll take that one," basically. She's like, he knew what he wanted. Like, she's really respectful about it. Basically, imagine you're living in this small town and then the biggest superstar in the world comes and you need you to sell him a house, basically. And so he spent a year in Birmingham, Alabama, And so he, like when he would play on his baseball team, he could easily have like, a private jet taken wherever he needed, but he would ride the bus with the rest of the team. And he very well. Let me see if he did Michael Jordan actually ever play that real major league game? If he did, it was just one game. But no, he never did. Here's what he did in the minor league. He played for the Birmingham Red Barons in Double A Southern League. He played in the his stats are average 3 home runs, 51 RBIs, 30 stolen bases. Showed two batting as bad. Not great numbers, but not embarrassing considering he hadn't played organized baseball since high school. He was the Scottsdale Scorpions and the spring training. He appeared in the Cactus League exhibition games with the White Sox. These were against actual MLB teams, but they don't count as actual MLB games. Isn't that an interesting one, Riser?
Uh,
Yeah. So,
ride the bus. Ride the bus.
yeah, it's called Jordan Rides the Bus. It's one of the what do you call it? ESPN 30 for 30. 30 for 30s? They're amazing. They're like the sports documentaries that ESPN puts out, and they're really interesting. Um, yeah, so if you ever have a chance, watch Jordan Rides the Bus. And then I also watched, it's called The Bulls Last Dance. It's an 8-part series, something like that, 7 parts, and it's done by Netflix. And you see Michael Jordan, how obsessed he is with fucking women. And okay, so he's not like a good guy. Like there are a lot of he has this like squeaky clean image, but there are a lot of really bad stories about him. Charles Barkley will tell you a lot. You know who Charles Barkley is? And so like uh, Charles Barkley, I think, has said that it was him a lot in gambling. And here's what happens: is it's like um, let's say we're gambling against each other. I end up owing you $20 million. Well, I'm Michael Jordan. Could I pay that? Yeah. But why don't I just sign a bunch of stuff for you, and I'll give you a check for 300,000. We call it even. It's like gambling. It came out of nowhere. It's not like I had to buy something for you or whatever. So let's just say yeah, whatever. Because if not, you're gonna piss off somebody who's really powerful, and you don't want to do that either, especially in the basketball world. And so here's another thing people don't know: the NBA is basically run by Nike. And if you're like, what do you mean by that? So Nike eventually became a powerhouse in selling shoes and recruiting young basketball players and signing them out of like high school and college. And the NBA is basically fueled by advertising. And one of their biggest advertisers is Nike. And so whatever Nike wants to happen, the NBA will go with it. So what do I mean by that? Um, so there used to be this rule in the NBA that your shoes because white shoes look dirty, they look nice. But when Michael Jordan joined the league, he recognized that this was the rule, but he wanted to look different. His shoe looked different. And so, allegedly, he did, for every game that I play, Nike is going to pay the fine so that I can wear different colored shoes. And then eventually that rule went away the next year by the NBA. Now before we go taking that as a law, let me look this up to make sure that's right. It was something like that. And if you notice with any of these stories that I say, I get them like 85% right. Like here or there, this is like esoteric sports knowledge that you're not going to learn, but many other places. Here we go. What was that rule that the NBA had that like your shoe color had to be white or 50%? And then Michael Jordan came into the league and Nike said that they would pay the fine, and eventually the next year the rule went away. It was something like this. And I know this is a lot of hearsay, but it makes a lot of sense. So, come on, Jeffy. Jeffy 256. All right. Come on. It sucks. Okay, here. It does.
Here's the legend.
I know. Okay, so here. You remember the origin. You're remembering the Jordan story. One of the most famous sneaker legends ever. The NBA shoe color rule. In the 1980s, the NBA had a dress code for shoes. Players' sneakers had to be mostly white, about 51% white, and in harmony with the rest of the team's uniform. This was meant to keep a uniform, conservative look of the court. Michael Jordan and the Air Jordan 1. In 1984, when Jordan entered the league, okay, so he was drafted in 84. Patrick Ewing was 85. He was the third pick in the 84 draft. In 1980, Nike gave him gold, black, and red shoes, the Air 1 red. These didn't meet the 51% white requirement. The NBA told him not to wear, saw an opportunity. The fight to Nike's marketing genius. Legend has it every time Jordan wore the band shoes, the NBA fined him $5,000 per game. Nike allegedly paid the fines for him, and then used the band story in advertising, making the sneakers instantly rebellious and cool. Reality check evidence suggests Jordan mostly wore the Nike Air, shipped a different shoe when the NBA issued warnings, but the Air Jordan 1 got the myth attached to it. What happened after? By 1985-1986, the rule softened, and by the 1980s, the NBA dropped the strict 51% white guideline entirely. You're welcome. How are you? Can you hear me? What's going on, Juice?
Yo, can you remember when you used to fuck up? Yo, can you get Stitches to stream again?
I get Stitches to stream again? What do you mean?
You know the streamer Citrus?
Yeah, I know it.
You talk to him?
Yeah, I mean, we talked about Discord.
Yo, you want me to give you his address?
No, I mean, you can keep that information private. Why do I need his information?
Aren't you like a Jewish warlord on Discord?
Yeah.
Like, when was the last time you saw it?
Dude, what are with these questions?
I know, because the way I interview it is like this guy that's like always on Discord or just like always online, and like you don't have a job, right?
Look, I don't need
Okay. You're a professional streamer?
100% big dog.
What are you, like a Z-list celebrity or something? Where did you find the time to become this? Like, did you just like one day decide to become a streamer and then like
Dog.
are you just living?
Dog.
Are you living off of like donations or what type of money source are you getting?
Read the Ask Rabbi Anything section of this. It's by Rothschild. Just read that. It answers all your questions.
I'm not reading no Jewish scriptures about
That's
any
fine.
of this.
That's fine. I'm in the middle of a discussion with somebody. You can't interrupt.
What are you discussing?
We're discussing the Michael Jordan 1 shoe.
What the fuck type of discussion is that about Jewish people? Right? Their nose is the key power. Like their nose is the power to what they do. They're like, have you heard of that? Or no? The worst this cop.
I know. Where, Doug? He's been muted. Nobody thinks that. Yeah, I mean, who does that? Okay, just a moment. I would continue reading that because it's really interesting. But you see how even in the 1980s, like the NBA started making concessions to um, Nike to change its rules.
Yeah.
Exactly. Okay, so um, there's all kinds of like where Michael Jordan would get every foul call, like even not even close to being fouls, so that everybody's afraid to play defense on him because he was untouched and weren't allowed to play defense. Did, but then they would get into foul trouble really quickly. Then they, if you get too many fouls, you get kicked out of the game. So there's this video I've seen that you'll never see on an NBA highlight film, but it's called the Michael Jordan whistle. It's like um, I saw it on TikTok, and like TikTok is good for that kind of stuff, where it just needs to be uploaded for people to see, but like it's not going to be online forever. Like because like like for that, I think actually that's where I saw it, but I think it um here, Reddit is good for that. It's just basically the NBA is really sensitive about their um finding this kind of stuff out. So is the NFL. So you're not allowed to post anything of the NBA without the express written consent. I'm sure you've heard that before, right?
What do you mean?
Like you're not allowed to. Yeah, you're not allowed to do that. All right, go to that video that I just sent. And go watch your video. Oh yeah, I've seen it. And the guys are like, "What the fuck was that?"
animal rescue or whatever. And I was like, of course, but where it found, and then weird, like noise and like the sound of like door that boxes here, making it like with an old like audience, and I like the employees.
I've not seen. Go to what I just sent you. 4 minutes. Michael Jordan whistle. And tell me when you hit start. And I'll hit start at the same time. Okay, so it's going to be 3, 2, go. Right. That's an excellent point. Yeah, you're allowed to. Dog, that's what makes the NBA such a bullshit league. It's not really clear. Right. Right. That's why I can't stand the NBA. And I think it's a shit. Because it should be you're not allowed to touch the other guy. And if you at any point touch the other guy, that's a foul. But they didn't make it that way.
I don't think that would be great.
Right. He shouldn't be able to charge you. He shouldn't be able to charge you. He should just have to shoot a jump shot. Like, that's how basketball's supposed to be. Like when you make basketball into football, that's when people start to get Sorry. No, football is really vague as well. There's holding on every play. It's just what the referee can call. What does it do? What does my video do?
This term, like,
But then when you restart it, it works. Okay, so the other thing,
it's already on my end. We're recording, so fine.
so the things I see, Michael Jordan, there are like 3 more stories. Okay, so remember I said he did steroids? That's when he went bald. Yeah, the reason he started shaving his head is because steroids cause increase it, and he did not want people to be able to notice that. That's why LeBron James, for the first part of his career, would always wear like a sweatband until eventually he just got a hair transplant. Because these guys do.
Michael got it.
Yeah, great question. I mean, it was just like the technology. Well, I shouldn't say that. In Turkey, wasn't available. Um, and he's like a big time athlete, and he just went bald, and he just like gave himself. All right. So then he, um, there were these stories where he was sick of losing to the Detroit Pistons, and they just took this bag of steroids, they got him from somebody, and they put him in the middle of the locker room, and they were just like, "We're not with these guys anymore." And they just started fucking injecting themselves. There's that story of where back then there was not. And I mean, yeah, that only started in like the early 2000s. And, the players associations were like very against it. So um,
One kind of cheap thing that I like Star Trek. So it's like the product or whatever. The product is pretty much bullshit, but apparently it works. At least I don't think it's bullshit, but it's bullshit. Basically, like literally just oxygen and you inhale this like fresh oxygen. Bullshit part of it like pops the box, like do some like information, oxygen, or it's gonna have to be on like longer period of time. But oxygen, like inhaling your oxygen, is not friendly, so there's potentially a condition that or players on the sideline, like after you talk shit or hockey or whatever, pumping oxygen, and then your body cover a lot faster.
okay, so Jordan also was very competitive, as I said, but he didn't want anybody to be considered like even close to him if he were to be considered the greatest ever. And ESPN at the end of the 20th century did this thing, this sports montage of like the best athletes, like demanded to be number one on that. Like they reached number three, Muhammad Ali, Michael Jordan number one. And he did this thing where um, played for the Bulls until like 1998. Then he retired back. He played for the Washington Wizards for a few years. And the Washington Wizards, he also, well, he eventually bought a team, part of the team. But they played for the Washington Wizards. They were going to get the number one pick overall. This guy named Kwame Brown, who was, for all intents and purposes, a really nice guy. And when he got to the team, Michael Jordan just abused him for the whole year and just got in his face like, who the fuck do you think you are, the number one pick? Go fuck yourself. You're never going to be anything. And like got into this guy's head and they never did it in the NBA. And he had all of the skills to potentially be number one. He was eventually traded to the Lakers, but he just never turned out to be it. Then there's this other story of Michael Jordan that he would do this against young people. He never wanted to have any like real um, connection with LeBron James. In fact, the year that LeBron James came into the league, Michael Jordan retired the year before that so that they weren't never on the court at the same time. And Michael Jordan did this one commercial for Gatorade where he was going to play himself in basketball using a computer generated image. And they had to get a model to like be the computer image so that so they took a really good basketball player, some guy who played like Division One somewhere, and had Michael Jordan play against him. Michael Jordan just took this guy verbally for like an entire day. This kid was like, this guy was a hero. And he turned out to be just the worst fucking human being I've ever met. Where he was just like he would just be really mean. And at no point was he a nice person. And it was almost like Michael Jordan was fighting internally. And so, I mean, when they say like Michael Jordan is the greatest and all this other shit, that's cool. But not all that true, I would say. What do you think?
On and like, was Jordan doing altitude, but last time, last time, up the and but it was really good.
Steroids?
No, he is big before it's good.
He wasn't super good.
Oh, yeah. And be like the best of the best. I mean,
Right. His head got bigger, literally. His arms got bigger. He was able to jump higher. I mean, he wasn't like, okay, he won Rookie of the Year, but when he came into the league, he wasn't like LeBron James, like where he was instantly the best player in the league. mean, I don't know about those. I just know that there are theories that he was getting into starting a pharmaceutical company, and this was a sign that to like all Hollywood, everybody, not to speak out against pharmaceutical companies. But he died like a month before the pandemic, and that's why everybody just goes along.
What do you mean by that?
Nobody spoke out about uh, bodily autonomy.
Okay. Uh, what was the pharmaceutical company that
I'm not exactly sure. Let me look it up.
you believe that he was wanted by the pharmaceutical?
Yeah, I mean, he had that fucking tattoo that he wet.
That I'm astonished that it's and go to like a
Him as well.
where it's like I can control how to go myself. So they have a point that's designed for the people on those already are dying.
And then he died. He was racist. Okay. Kobe Bryant had a legal dispute with high-tech pharmaceuticals. The dietary supplement company the trademark of the name Black Mamba. The company filed the trademark Black Mamba Hyper for a line of Pfizer-based diet pills, which Bryant's team opposed. Caused considerable confusion as the nickname was strongly associated with. Welcome, how are you? What up? I'm taking the names. How are you, Ludi? Excellent. How'd you find out me?
What?
How did you find out about me?
Because you're I find you all that important.
Dude, I'm not for him.
Oh, I think I saw you on Mark on the biggest category. Yeah,
There you go.
I just went everywhere.
No, Ludi, how'd you find out about me?
Read the rules.
Okay, cool. How are you?
Wait. Huh? Sure, bias. I think we go bias. Cool.
Um, so I don't know exactly about the Kobe thing, but um, I do think it was a message to people, perhaps. That the fuck, he lived like 5 minute drive away from me, and he would take his helicopter everywhere like a flying car. We're dog.
Only 5 minutes away.
Yeah, he lives in an area called Newport Coast, which borders Irvine.
The Kobe concert.
Uh, it's interesting because of like FAA regulations. There's like John Wayne Airport. You can't fly a helicopter in that area, so they fly them along the ocean. So basically, he wouldn't have to take the route to go over my house. But if he wanted to take the direct route, he could. But did I ever see it? No, because that's not the route helicopters take. They take a different route. Like the airplane. Well, I don't know. They're like the trees in the way and stuff, but like yeah, I can't see plane landing, or I can't hear them either. But I'm sure if I like talk, but yeah, now he didn't die like 5 minutes ago. He died on the other side of town. He died in uh, like near Calabasas, which is yeah, it was a especially foggy day that day, but I don't know. We don't.
Doesn't like radar equipment they don't have LiDAR or anything?
Yeah, I mean, they got elevation detectors, so I don't know how much I believe all of this. And I've never seen a body, even though they used this like red herring thing. But they said some police officers the body. There's no pictures of the wreckage, no pictures of the body. I've never seen it. I watch all the LA news. Maybe there is, but the pictures of Kobe. Oh, it's not there. Okay. Um, a number of photographs contained documenting the site of helicopter crash. These have been released. These images include aerial views of the wreckage, the final descent. It looks small. Like I would expect it to be bigger.
There's no helicopter metal there. There's literally zero helicopter.
Like
There's some metal, but it's not
exactly.
helicopter.
Like,
I mean, with all that metal melting on it,
it's just a small amount. Like I would expect it to be bigger. Frankly. And like there would be propellers and stuff. Like The tail. Dude, it looks like, now that I see the crash site, it looks like the stuff is spread out, which usually tells you to get shut down. I'm looking at them from the LA Times, and there's like a bunch of. It isn't all together. Like, okay, type in LA Times helicopter crash site in Calabasas. Because if you click it, it says federal investigators look for answers in Kobe Bryant helicopter crash. Well, I'm not saying that. It just if you put a bomb on it, a bomb could cause that. I'm just saying, like, if it just crashed in the hillside, I expect all the shit to be right in the same pile. I don't expect it to be spread out at all. But again, I don't know. That one, I mean, there are no pictures of the bodies. Understand. Now, here's the thing. If you listen, there were like these sheriffs that said they had pictures of the bodies and they had them on their cell phones. And a bartender in like Ventura County overheard this and reported them. And allegedly, like they had to get them off their phones or whatever. But I don't know. I don't understand when somebody dies, they don't take a picture of them and publish it. I know that can be seen as like gory or whatever, but then you know what happened. Dude, fuck that shit. Why? Why should it be up to the, why should it yeah, why should it be up to their discretion? It's a part of the human events. We shouldn't get so wrapped up in it. Okay, but they don't have to look at them. No one's look. I'm saying that it's very easy to then do cover-ups on people because then you can always say, "Oh, for the good of the victims, we can't do an autopsy," or "For the good of the victims, we can't publish pictures." When those pictures or those autopsies would be the thing that might be able to show foul play. Okay, that's fine, and there are other laws for that. I still think that should somewhat be illegal. Should somewhat be legal. Um, what's stopping me from just taking? Yeah, in public areas, in public areas, in public areas, absolutely. Why should it be? That's a that's free speech. No, quit with the general consensus bullshit. Because here's the thing: when you start to restrict freedom of speech, freedom of the press, then you start to constrict people's ability to express themselves. And I'm not a fan of that. But that's another discussion.
Like publish media.
Exactly. Okay, so that's a perfect example. Why shouldn't I be able to take pictures of that guy, that monk, and put them in a public park if it's not littering or anything like that? That's like a really disturbing picture. But the man was a pacifist. He was making a statement against the Vietnam War. What's wrong with that? That person should be seen as a hero, and we shouldn't be hiding the fact that this man made an amazing sacrifice for for all of us.
Also, family allowed to like
Wait, quit with that bullshit, man. Quit with that bullshit. That
it's not bullshit. You think that like yeah, he'll probably say yes, but you think that like be rated that too. Like a 5-year-old.
you can take your you can take your 5-year-old to an R-rated movie. R just means that you need parental consent. You can do that. Yes, I do think you can. You can and should be able to do that. You can. That's legal. The only one that it's illegal for which it
Good post. Like, I understand your argument that it should not be. But it doesn't mean that he does organ that follows some
I'm not saying that you need to either. I'm saying that you should be able to if you want to. That's all. I don't want to restrict people from being able to do that. If somebody feels that that monk is so important as an anti-war statement that they want to show that to people in a park on a picket sign, they should be able to do that. And I don't care about your weak ass little snowflake children and what they should be seeing and what they shouldn't be seeing. If you don't want them seeing that, then don't take them to a public place where it could be seen. Because when people start, you have to understand, when you start to restrict that, then you start to restrict people saying, just with the sign, no more war. Well, then what if a little kid sees the word war and they're going to ask about the word war? And then a mom or dad is going to say, well, I don't want my kid being exposed to the word war. And then you can't pick it anymore. That's exactly how it happens.
access.
This is a question I ask myself all the time. And in an ideal world, no. Meaning, like a child should, we shouldn't make sex a taboo subject. It's love between two people or five people or whatever. We should be able to have real talks with children. We shouldn't like in a village in Africa or in the Amazon, people are naked, both men and women. And it's not like taboo. Nobody cares. It's like that's just how you live your life. In an ideal situation, that's how it should be. It shouldn't be like just like the nipples on a woman are are not allowed, but the nipples on a man are allowed. But then a man can be a woman and a woman can be a man. It gets confusing, and frankly, they're just objective opinions. And in reality, it's just skin. We shouldn't taboo skin. Skin.
I I agree. I but it goes beyond usually the culture and war and
I-
feel like surveying psychological
wait, and I understand that.
subject
I
matter.
understand that. And if a parent wants to prevent their child from seeing that, they should be allowed to do that. They should be able to raise the children the way that they want to raise them. But that, in my opinion, you, at least from a standpoint of if there is going to be a division, then um, well, basically, like from a gore perspective and torture, I think that children should see that so that they know what to avoid in the future, so that they learn this is what water torture is. This is what self-immolation is, and it's a terrible thing. And this is what people did as punishments in the past, and let's not do them in the future. When we hide these things, then we don't talk about them, and then it becomes still done in the world, but people live in their own bliss. And I don't like that. If we talk about these things and bring them out in public, we'll do our best to try to stop them. Look, I can tell you, my history books as a kid, in my history books as a kid, they had pictures of that self-immolation monk. And was it shocking to see? Yeah. But then we learned about it, and it's been something that's been stuck in my mind ever since. Or that picture of that North Vietnamese guy shooting that South Vietnamese guy in the head, like that sticks in my mind. Those are parts
Or
of
here's a strange exception. Well, like, well, like you mentioned but statues, whatever reason, if it's made out of marble, avocado, 1,000 years ago, that's supposed to
absolutely.
make it swinging in the air.
Why doesn't why doesn't Donald Duck wear pants?
I don't, I mean, he doesn't have genitals. So not fine. The statues are definitely
That
even horse genitals. On statues, they don't just make every horse a female. And but I mean, animals are allowed to and
exactly. Oh no, most horses that I've seen don't have penises, but maybe they do. I just don't look at the underside. But 100%.
definitely a lot of sports statues do have that. I know that.
Okay, maybe they do. I don't generally look at them. Okay, so in terms of
Like I gotta respect. I respect.
and I think the whole wearing clothes and stuff. I mean, it goes back to the Bible, but in my opinion, it's control. It's a lot. It has a lot to do with controlling people. When you can control what people wear, you control how they express themselves, and also it allows you to sexualize people, and it allows you to weaponize it as well. And I don't like that. I don't like when sexuality is weaponized against people. Can you hear?
Uh,
There
I
you go.
know.
I don't like when sexuality is weaponized against people.
I think they think that like because can't be forced to wear clothes
It just doesn't make any sense to me. You can have a on Facebook and show their genitals. You can show them in a bathtub, show their genitals, but then when they get to be like 2 or 3 or 4, then you can't do that anymore. But nobody really knows the age. It doesn't make any sense to me. It doesn't. It does not make any sense.
Sometimes the one small group of bad apples, like brand, like that age category, but
Dog. They've got their own problems, and that's that's like a mental disease that they have or whatever. I'm saying it doesn't make any sense. There's no firm line drawn, and I don't think we should sexualize it. Frankly, these people in who have been in National Geographic for 100 years, and every kid in the Western world has seen probably their first set of tits, aside from their mothers, in those. That's never been a problem because they're not sexualized. Yo, what up, man? How you living, baby? You can always take a name. Every day is a holiday. Every day is a feast. What's good in the hood? I just asked you that question. Yo, I don't know the answer to the question. No, that's
bro, you wearing the same shirt like 1 week ago.
I wear this because I am sponsored to.
Okay.
I'm gonna go to sleep soon. Hey, we were in the middle of a conversation, so feel free to listen. Yeah, so Riser, let's go back to the sports. Oh, well, just go back to the picture. So, okay, so
that's a lot of interruptions. It's like the most.
oh yeah, it does. I'm a lightning bolt for assholes, or I'm a lightning rod for assholes. I'm an asshole lightning rod. Okay, well, most people just ban them, but I don't. I entertain them. A lot of times because I want more and more people in the server as long as they're 18. And sometimes, like those guys, their friend is much nicer than they are, but I don't want to ban them because I like their friend. A lot of times, like people come in here drunk, people just come in here and yell the N word. I get a lot of people who have, special needs and behavioral issues. I think Discord and internet in general, all of these people, they get people who are generally abnormal. And yeah, why? I think the internet breeds these people. Normal people have children and wives, and they don't have time to be on Discord. These are like the fringe people of the internet. And then again, I leave my camera on in a bunch of Discord and invite people to come in here from any background. Literally, the only thing that you have to be, that I ask you to be, is 18 years old. So anybody else in here, I'll let in here. And so long as you don't outwardly cuss at me or use, I'll even let people use racist remarks until I tell them that it's not appreciated, that I don't want them to use this. But I mean, if I don't just immediately ban them, usually.
I don't think it's like reasonable to just have a goal that is
Doug. I say you still I don't read them.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, like, literally, like, most Discord servers, before you join, have, like, a rule of, like, don't be a dick, like, don't bully, don't harass, don't, not to work, and, like,
Right.
probably want to filter it on the way to you, funnel it into, like,
No, I funneled it into one. It's do as thou wilt, just don't fuck up. That's the rule. It says it at the top. I do have a set.
yeah, not so much, like, game, just saying, just, all these profanities, stuff, so it's not just,
No, I use fuck and all these profanities. That's fine.
no, like, I feel like, laughing at you, so, like,
Yeah, I mean that's different. That's different. I don't like when people make fun of any people specifically, and I don't tolerate it.
people probably bully you.
All the time. And they're allowed to do that. I don't think their internet privilege should be taken away. It's just I don't have to listen to that, and I get it. Doesn't sometimes it seems like a day sometimes. And there's only so much I can do. If I say in here, like don't use racial. Let's just say that don't use racial terms. Okay. Well, Jew is a racial term. I use the term Jew 1,000 times a day. Now, it's one thing if I say Jew, like Jews of the world unite, versus some other person coming in here and saying, "Hey, Jew, how you doing?" Or like, "Hey, Jew, why do you have such a big nose?" There's a total different, take on that. It's how you use the word. Or I'll get people who come in here and be like, "Doug, you're so cool. You're my N-word," and that's like a compliment. Or I'll get other people who come in here and be like, "You're actually an N-word." Negative way. The N-word can have a positive connotation. It can have a negative connotation. And positive connotation or negative connotation. I get someone like Zoo who sometimes just comes in and, because of Tourette syndrome, says the N-word. Should I have to ban him now? There's no perfect list. If I sat here and played security guard on people, then I would be incorrectly or subjectively determining people's behavior. When is it okay for someone to say the N word?
I mean, but earlier you said I hate the NBA because they don't define how, guard someone who has
That's true.
what you can do.
That's true.
But in this context, it's like ambiguous, where you don't have to like exclude certain words, but it's literally, I mean, like I'm just talking, you'd be like, oh, you might like intentionally like over the top coming in here, like control, saying like all these extremely rude things, to have productive,
I get that. But then we would have picked it out a long time ago.
even like the guys I just like trusted, like
Zoo comes in here and sometimes says, "I hate men." I know he doesn't mean it, and I know he thinks it's true. But that's because I've gotten to know him better. If he would have said that in the beginning, he would have been kicked out.
I guess.
And how do I know? How do I know if he's
I
doing
guess
it?
we have to never because there's the odd person in the direction. So yeah, you're right.
I mean, that's kind of what I have to do. You know, I get people who come in here and they want it's rare, but I'll get people who like stream really good, and they'll just stream like, and like they should understand that that's fucking up, and I get rid of it. I also get people who like will use the N word. There's a girl I know who uses the N word. She has black children, and I asked her nicely not to use it, and she doesn't always listen. But she knows my stance on it. That I don't like to hear that word over and over and over and over. Like, I hear it so often that it just becomes like annoying to me. Even though I don't mind it in some contexts, but in other contexts, it rubs me the wrong way. So I make sure that people know that there are some people to whom that word is very offensive, and I don't want to um, necessarily um, exile those people either. So I make people aware. Generally, the discussion in here doesn't get that uh, that raucous. And normally, 99% of the time, I'm in here alone, and somebody comes in, and they're really nice, and they hear all about what I have to do, and they don't cuss, and they listen to me for a little while. They ask me all the questions that they want, then they'll say they'll be back, and either they come back a few days later or they never come back again. It's happened with almost 2,000 people, and that's absolutely fine. That's 95% of the interruptions. And then there's another 5% where it's a guy who brings in his friends and they speak another language or something like that. It's not always that way, but a lot of times they'll say something in the language together to each other, and then one of them will say in broken English some word or whatever. It's like, look, if you do this again, I'm going to ban you. And they'll be like, oh, okay. And then they'll be really good. And then they'll come back the next day and they'll be drunk, and just those kind of things happen. I'm not here to play patrol officer on all of these people. If you want to talk with me in this server, in this VC, then I have like my own set of standards and my own. If you want to go into the other VCs that I have in here, I have 5 basically, and you want to go and just yell the N word out all day long, go for it. I don't fucking care. Nobody's going to give a shit. Basically, you're not fucking at that point. At that point, when does it become fucking up? Well, I mean, it's subjective, but when enough people say to me, "Hey, this is a problem," then then I basically have to either warn somebody or tell somebody something, send them a message or whatever. Again, 95% of all the interactions and people in this Discord are very civil, they're very professional, they're very. I get people who ask me all kinds of wonderful questions, and that's why I do it. If I didn't enjoy the interaction that I have with people in Discord, I would not be in Discord and I would not have my own Discord. I generally enjoy it. So you do get some bad apples, and usually they come in at 2:40 in the morning or whatever, and you what's the best you can. Yeah, so that's one. That's one that I don't always. Yeah, sometimes I do if I either forget to mute it or sometimes I just say, you know what, let them fucking hook me up. Let's see what happens. Especially like I'll go a little bit. Like usually I get in a given day like maybe 4 or 5 new people who stay. Like I might get 10 people who join me every 4 or 5 who stay. A lot of people just come in, they don't know what it is, they don't want to talk, or they're not 18, maybe. But I do people who stay, and if it's been like a day and I've only gotten less than 1 or 2 people, sometimes I leave the fucking uh, microphone on and don't mute and just let people wake up. I so if I have the chance to think about it, usually I will try to mute myself. But I would say of the I don't know, I've been doing this like 1,200 days in a row, and of those, I've only muted myself when I go to bed. Like I've muted other people 30 times. It's not a lot to listen to people. Half the time you do it, it comes in here and he says, "Hey, Rabbi." And I go, "What's going on, big dog?" What are your thoughts on and this whole thing? And it's whatever. I'm glad that he was able to tell you his Kanye West joke, and he was able to tell. Okay, what was it? Uh, um, yeah, okay. So I told him this. So the guy who discovered autism was Jewish, the doctor, and Zoot says his joke is something like, "Do you think in the future when Kanye West finds out that the doctor who discovered autism was Jewish, that he'll try to say that he wasn't autistic, that Kanye West himself wasn't autistic in the first place to avoid that?" And it's not really funny, and you need to know a lot about autism to know that. Like, it's just like I don't. Yeah, it's not. Again, I'm telling you, Riser, you may not agree with me. If Zoot wanted to be on the television show, he would memorize 50 dad jokes, and he could play the world on that. He could literally go city to city if he just memorized 50 dad jokes. That's it. He would be he would be considered. He would get. Hold on. He would get business opportunities. He would be considered a clean comic. He would be considered non-controversial and funny, most of all. He could come up with his own material. He could come up with dad jokes.
I mean, that's one specific topic to hone in on. Nothing wants to limit itself to jokes.
No, dad jokes are just. When I say dad jokes, I just mean simple, clean jokes. I don't mean
Oh, I think dad.
Yeah, dad jokes are jokes, not jokes about dads. No, not at all. It has nothing to do with dads. These are jokes that dads tell. Like, like, what did the buffalo say to their child when they dropped him off at school? What did the buffalo say to the child when they dropped him off at school? Bye, son. You get why that's like.
Yeah, those are. I don't think knock jokes.
That's not a knock knock joke. That's a simple joke.
I mean, yeah, but,
No, they make you think. Here's one. I'm really with 25 letters of the alphabet. I don't know why. Do you get it?
I prefer
Hold on. Answer my question. Do you get it? Okay, explain it to me. Explain it. Explain it to me. Ex-
Word, like, or why.
exactly. You can tell that, and they might get it, but nevertheless, you could tell it to them. You can tell that to a 50-year-old, and they might get a chuckle out of it. Does it have to be a groundbreaking racial joke? No. Can you tell those? Sure. But you shouldn't be telling those, in my opinion, if you're trying to get off the ground as a comedian and win over audiences right away, because you're just going to be divisive. Get some clean jokes in your repertoire so that you can go to a comedy manager or an agent. Hey, here's my 20 minutes. It's clean, it's business friendly. They can book you some places. Then, when you get good and people know you and you're getting paid for your craft, then if you want to go and change the world with racial jokes and mental health jokes, go for it by all means. That's when you can do that kind of stuff. But you're not going to be able to get those gigs if you start with the mental health and racial jokes.
Yeah, no, I agree. I hear what you're saying. Your performance is the thing. I love so really ever I come to like that in first person and talk about they're trying to get off the ground. It's much better to just not be like that. It also arguably takes more skill and thought to draw clean material. And we just like just that for what it is like
Exactly.
like we do that.
As any comedian, some of the first jokes that they have are fart jokes. Everybody does fart jokes and sex jokes because that's what all early comedians do. It takes a long time to get into puns, and alliteration, and rhyme. That's when you get into moving from comedian to philosopher.
I'm not sure. I think it's just how you describe your observation and
The way that the comedy side works.
I think I think like precisely chance the funny that he is able to say like I think he has a good take, but I think
The 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 way comedy works is you don't get paid right off the bat. You don't get paid for the first few years. You do open mics, and then eventually, if you're fortunate, a headliner will see you and say, "Hey, you want to open for me?" That's great. Those open, those headliners don't usually say, "Hey, do you want to open for me?" If the person isn't is controversial. If they're controversial, then they don't want to be associated with them. A lot of times, if you can just make people laugh consistently with a high laugh per minute, joke per minute ratio, you're going to be successful. And then from there, if you want to get controversial material, by all means, do it. Great. But you need to have a foundation of jokes. If you come out with jokes that are just, you're swinging for the fences and runs, you're not always going to connect. Bunt, and you get you're really good at bunting and hitting singles and doubles, you're going to be a better, more well-rounded hitter so that when you do want to take a swing at a home run, it's going to kill and you're going to dominate. Like basically, Zoot and other comedians I've seen it too, they have these controversial jokes that bomb.
when you tell me you see it, it's like it'll come out and it's like at least with my like great egg, I think I'm like literally
Right.
wondering.
It's true, but that's a different show. That's one of the more controversial shows on the internet or in the United States. I'm saying, look, if you want to make money doing comedy, which that's what a professional comedian wants to do, you need to get corporate gigs. That's really important. You need to be able to do parties. That's really important. You need to be able to work in clean rooms. That's really important. You need to.
The internet podcast, probably earn, not like the median. But I guess that's not.
No, that's true. That's true. There are people who were very funny and never told a joke. All they ever did was tweet funny shit. There are those people who were successful at doing that, and they'd get a following. Now, people would steal the material, but never would get a following. And that was 15 years ago. And you're absolutely right. You can get people who make. I mean, I watch them, and I'm sure you do too. They just do little Instagram reels that are really funny and really cute, and they get followers and they get endorsement deals. I've seen this happen, and they're not comedians per se. They're able to play different characters or be entertaining, and they make money that way. But for the, I'm saying if Zoot's goal is to be on television on this comedy show, get some clean jokes that they can put on television. Anybody who says anything to me differently, I think it's bonkers. It doesn't know how the industry works.
I agree. I think there's probably dipping his toe in the water. Wanted to go out to the red line to see what a response. Giving him hopefully a little ego boost, confidence, but not afraid to go try again.
I get that.
Like his little like like 10 people he's performing for Australia. Well, but
And especially because
the story that he told about solar panel, dude. Like, that was not like a
no, I agree. I absolutely agree. Except the thing that guy says, just fuck off, but he could just say, he told me to F off. But that's a good story. That's like a great revenge story. And he could, like, you had a really great punchline that you should have said it. You know, you could have Will Smith him, but you held back, but you got your revenge. And it's a lesson to everyone out there to keep your word, especially in business, or else you may end up losing your girlfriend over it, and you didn't do anything wrong to her, but it's just how you treated other people. It's absolutely, it's a great little story anecdote that he has. Now, the thing is, if he wants to be on TV, it would be one thing if he still had 3 tries at being on this show. He's already tried 2 times and failed. He only has one other chance. And it's like, if you only have one other chance. No, I think he's similar stuff that he does, but I don't. It's to me like you are trying to beat up a guy. Take the biggest swings that you absolutely can take, but you only take 1 or 2 of them, and just, or you really small punches, but you know they're all going to land and they're really quick and they're really accurate, and you know 100% they're going to work every time. To me, you do the latter because it's less risk, and you're in front of producers. They want to laugh, but they're also thinking to themselves, "Can I ever show this on television?" And that's low hanging fruit. So anyway, um, all right. I still didn't get a chance to tell you about my robots, but basically, just really quick summarization. I increased the amount of robots that I have, um, and I made them better on Kick, and I focus on Kick. And I was noticing, like, when people talk to me, a lot of times people are just like yell at me on YouTube, my YouTube comments, and I was getting like 5 to 1. I did this thing where I did half of these robots on Kick and half of them on Twitch. And I just wanted to see what works better, Twitch or Kick. And I did like A/B testing. And I would get like 5 times the amount of people yelling at me from Kick than I would for Twitch. Even though I really tried hard on Twitch. And it's because Twitch has better like robots, better like AI to detect robots and they'll ban your account easier and some other things. I see on Kick, and the other thing, actually, for like 2 weeks, I did it just on Twitch, and I like only gained like a couple scored from Twitch, maybe more than a couple, but like maybe over the course of like a week or 2 or something. But when I did it on Kick, like when I haven't done it on Kick in a while, I would get like 30 people in a day. Well, in like 2 days or 3 days. Just like a lot more reaction. And I'm starting to become well known. I got this girl in like a fucking DMs right now. She was like 40,000. Right, this
Yeah.
8 inches. Yeah, she. I was just saying that, like, I'm at people who, I don't know. This girl sent me a message and was like, "Send me your, pardon me, send me your." There's something interesting about this, dude. This is weird. Hold on. Oh, this isn't the person. Wow, this is a good one. Somebody just tried to scam me. Dude, this is a good one. Um, so this person's screen name is CCat Play, period. And the period is a different screen name than the real person CCat Play. So this person tried to scam me. That's a good one. That's a really good one.
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that?
So like
This person's name is CCat Play, their username, with a period at the end. But it's really hard to know that it's not the person because, like, when it says like this is, what'd you say? Discord. So like even I was like, oh, this is a pretty big streamer, but I thought it was interesting that this person, like, they have some things linked in their um about me, but it's like if you go to, I went to this person's Twitch and she's like, beware of scammers. I have a bunch of people who impersonate me, and I can see why, because they just take her name and then add a period to it, and then it's really hard to notice that because it's like when it says this is the very beginning of your legendary conversation with CCAP Play, period, it looks like that's just the end of the sentence. But in reality, it's part of their username. Yeah.
And it's not like on Twitter where you can just go in and really see how many followers
That's exactly right.
say that it's fraud.
There's no little check mark or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like that's one of the like people on it. And like people on YouTube,
Right. You used to be able to. Right. Well,
know like a subscriber there.
yeah. You used to be able to message people on YouTube. They took that away. What you can do on Twitch is connect your account, or on Discord is connect your accounts. And this person does not have their accounts connected, has like the link to her Discord, which is something, but it's not like all her shit. Like if you click on my, at least like my account that I usually use, it's like more social media than you've ever seen. Do you know what I mean? And so you know, well, they're all mine. But man, they could have gotten me good with this one. Anyway.
What are they trying to do? Like ask for money from us?
Well, no. The thing is, the thing that threw me, like, made me realize this person is fake, is they talk about engagement, and like no real person gives a shit about another person's engagement. Like you've never want. I mean, maybe, but like we talk about a lot of things, but you don't come to me in the first 5 messages and talk about like what are your strategies to increase engagement. It's like what?
Money is not just gonna have to money. Yeah, yeah. You just gotta like set up. Most scammer messages like profile, right? Like account, like
Right. The English is usually just slightly off. Oh, um, you were going to ask about engagement.
I don't know directly. I mean, I guess kind of. It definitely relates to social media, but why I just like a video that like are just selling online nicely, or if they have a product like there's a little podcast like the guy 45 on it, guy who has called like narrow gum. He like a very skill, whether you're converting on Facebook or TikTok or social marketing. Basically, like, like it's social media marketing. So I have this brand that I'm and that's what I snowball money to and whatnot, and customer acquisition response up to all this stuff. But long story short, do you have any ideas that successfully product?
Fuck yeah, I'm the greatest social media marketer in global history. Before I answer that, how many days do you think you've spent in this Discord talking? Like in this call? In not on what day did you join, but actually talking in this BC. How many days if you added them all up? Do you think it'd be a day? Do you think it'd be 2 days? Incorrect. No way that's your average, but that's okay. You haven't been in here in a month. Sometimes. So do you think you would total like a day? Or
My average like once a week kind of, and then the length. When I do join, it's like
really long? Right.
but I'd say like 4 hours. Today we're at like 6 hours. Then it's like for 8 hours, about an hour. We'll say like 7 hours once a week or however.
All right. No one has time to do that kind of math. So you've been in here 228 hours.
Divided by 2.
No, it'd be 52. It's not that.
28.
It's not that much.
Or
No.
potentially 4 weeks. 7 hours would be.
You've been in here 228 hours, which is equivalent to 9.5 days. That's really good. You rank, yeah, yeah. If you want to see it, do you scroll down under the Rabbi Rothschild section where it says rank up?
I'm gonna start using search.
So you can't type in rank ups, and then put the most recent.
Am I one of the top?
Yeah, you're number 9. But here's the thing: people.
I don't.
Okay, that's fine. Some people, they have multiple accounts. Like Zoot, you're above Zoot, but Zoot has spent more time in here, but he has 2 accounts. Right. But you're number. I have no idea who that is. I just look at their picture, and it's like I don't think I've ever talked to this person. But maybe they were.
I think Cassie probably talked to him like actual conversations with him more than what I do. I think I might be number. Maybe not.
It would go Uh, the top person with whom I've had the most discussion is actually probably Audie, but she has two accounts. So she's number 6 and number 11. So if you add hers up, she's at like 600 some hours. Um,
So it's basically
that's
uh,
that's true. I think, um, but actually, probably Caspian Sea. I have talked to a lot. He still has the most amount of hours. So Miss Aquarius is gaining on him. Miss Aquarius is by far the most consistent person. She comes in every night, and we play bowling, and then she sleeps with you. Brandon has been doing the most amount recently. He has a ton of accounts. He's the only person I know who has as many accounts as I do. And but he's been here more recently, and I don't really know that much about him. I know he said he has special needs, which is cool, and he um has he likes to stream, or he likes to stream stuff that I give him. So he'll watch all the football games, which is cool, and we'll talk about them. And he's just a really nice, good-hearted person, and um, keeps me company. Um, so I would say that you are. It would go Caspian Sea, Miss Aquarius, Audie, Zoot, and then you. That probably is accurate if you could. So you're probably like in the top 5, which is
I don't know about
Oh, for sure. Yeah, this person I haven't. Uh, we don't have a conversation. We have consistent conversation, but we've only started to do conversations really like just in the last. That's
that way Brandon had longer conversations with I had to decide
cool. Today was the first day that I had like a long conversation. And we just talked about it. There was like a football game on, and then a really big comeback happened. We talked about that, but like he just I think he found me from socialize, where a lot of people find me from me. Yeah, they come in here and then I give them a spiel usually, and then if they like it, some people are like, I could stand here, and I'm like, and Brandon was kind of one of them. But he isn't always in here. He like left for like 3 weeks or something. Like, whatever. I understand that. I did talk to Cassidy. He's moving to like the Pacific Northwest. He says I think to go live with some kids. I'm not exactly sure. He invited me to join the server that he started, which I got into. It had to be like it has like 30 people in it, or no, it has like 60 people in it. But you had to be like I don't know. You just couldn't join it. Like mine's super easy to join. You get the link, you're 18, you come in. That's it. It's really easy. But his you had to be like vetted, and then he let me in right away, so I was kind of stuck there. Finally, he let me in, and he had this little section that he said I could stream in. And I tried to stream in it, I really did, but for some reason, it just said, like, it wouldn't allow me to connect in or something. Um, she said, messages failed. And I'm not exactly sure why it did that. But then I noticed, he's like, I let people say what they want, and like the moderators are really like they're good people, but they're kind of off the wall or whatever. And I looked, and one of his channels had the N word, and I was like, "What? Like this just kind of seemed classless. Like it was like a hard R too." And I sent him a message like, "I don't think that that's the best look for your Discord." like I'm not saying these classes, but why it was like basically like somebody else's clips, and it was like I don't know, let's just say John Doe's N-word clips, and and it was just like John Doe is a streamer, and he uses the N-word a lot, and so these are clips that he made and stuff like that. And so I messaged Captain C saying like, look, I'm having trouble streaming in your server, but I just want to make you aware, like I'm sure you are, that somebody named a channel with the N-word. And he's like, yeah, that's just a word that he says a lot, and it's kind of like an inside joke that, like, you know, the moderators know about it. And I left the server, and he asked me why. I explained to him that, especially small servers, Discord has a policy that if you are in one and it gets banned, you lose your Discord account, and they just can't listen to my account. Like, Discord is where I have all my connections, and I don't want to risk that some asshole moderator in his Discord gets his server banned and then I lose my account. And he's not. Um, and when I see that their moderators think that it's funny, that's not a good thing. That's not my environment. I don't know why everybody's so fucking obsessed with this word, but they are. It's very divisive, and I'm not saying it's a bad word. I'm saying that Discord views it as a bad word, and thus I'm going to keep my distance from it. And then I went through my Discord and I looked, and it's like, how do I make that any words that are controversial? Like words like basketball, anime, and like at the very bottom, I've got like Orthodox Jewish section. None of that is necessarily like bad words. And I look through it and I'm like, what? It doesn't have the same. I don't use that word. It's not a word that people use it too much. It just drives me bonkers. Anytime anybody uses it who I feel shouldn't use it, I just think incredibly wrong with that person. Like, you're trying to hurt other people, and it makes you look very small. Like, you don't use it, and I respect you more because of that. Even Zoom, who does use it, I know it's accidental. He doesn't use it openly. But then there are people who are just like, I'm going to call this group of people that I feel that is inappropriate. I just don't like it. I only want to say, like, who raised you? In what fucking barn were you raised? Because good parents would not raise a child to use words like this under these circumstances. Now, there are other people who can in a certain way, and it's completely fine, and I get that. But that's not the way that many people are using it. I don't like that. I think so many people who, again, like I am ground zero for the internet. It's like I'm a central spoke of the entire thing. I know I'm not, but I'm pretty darn close, at least on Discord. And I've become like an asshole lightning rod where people just are like, oh, I'm going to fuck with this person. And if you think it's bad what you're hearing here, you should see the direct messages. Believe it or not, they're worse. I get people who tell me to die, like I get TV, police on me just because they don't like how I face. I get people who okay. So there's nothing I can really do about it. Yeah. I have this perfect thing that I say to them. I think that they should be able to get I think they should be able to say. I have a saying: "Sticks and stones might break my bones, but words will never hurt me." When you start getting into threats being illegal, then what constitutes a threat? What constitutes a real threat? If I'm so pissed off, I could world up. That means that I should be charged with threats to life. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I mean,
You should be able in this country. In this country, Congress shall make no laws against freedom of speech. That
it's so funny, like the way your brain works. Because in my mind, like, there's just like any concept, and then like this one, like literally, that's the thing that's gonna kill them is bad. If you can treat it down to a job, like no, actually, it's completely fine.
it
I mean,
should
the crazy one is like they actually started implementing this in the UK where you
crazy,
starting
absolutely crazy. Wait, exactly.
literally just bullying online is like criminal.
And that's the future of the world, and that's what I want to stay away from as much as possible. So, what's the difference between me saying and me saying I'm so? What's the difference between me saying I'm so pissed off I'm going to kill you, and the difference between me saying I'm so pissed off I could blow the world up right now and kill everyone? Should I not be charged with 8 billion attempted murders?
You said
Then that's just absolutely ridiculous. You should be able to say whatever you want without any exception.
why not just punish people if they murder someone?
Wait. If you do
I
it,
mean, but then you're like it would be like psychologically tormenting for nothing that you're every day. You're like watching up and whatever.
wait, hold on. You can get um,
There's a thing called a block bus.
yeah, there's that,
Or
and you can get no contact orders against people. There are things that courts get.
you're hiding your identity. You're on the internet and then on campus.
Well, then how are you gonna arrest them in the first place?
How are you going to stop them?
You just hit the block button.
Yeah, but they create another account like you want to
Absolutely. And then you just keep blocking them.
They basically just ignore them.
Wait, that's exactly right. You need to have thick skin, and you can't be such a pussy in life. You can't expect the state to be your bodyguard, because eventually that bodyguard will turn on you. Look, there's a saying that Ben Franklin had: those who are willing to trade security, liberty for security, deserve neither. It absolutely is. So you ask me, what do you say to people who call you Pike and Jew? And I'm going to kill you, or you deserve to die, or kill yourself. I say the same thing to all of them. Either I ignore them, or I say CSB. You know what CSB means? And neither do they. It's a cool story, bro. And if they say CSB, what does that mean? I say Google it. And then the first thing that shows up in Urban Dictionary is cool story, bro. And then it makes them look like a dumbass. Wait, it's not in Urban Dictionary yet. We'll get there. I could say
making me wet.
I could say you're J-York. I could say you're J-York. And that is a pretty but I could say CSP. And sometimes people get it, sometimes they don't. Now, it would be another thing if I blocked them all, but I can't. And you know why? Because Discord has a limit of 1,000 friends and 1,000 people you can block. And trust me, over the course of the last year, I would have blocked more than 1,000 people. So I choose not to block them. Additionally, the reason why I don't block them, this was this super annoying thing that when you block someone and they enter a video call you're in, this message shows up on the video call. It says, John Doe just entered the video call. Do you want to leave? Then cool if you're like a normal streamer or whatever. But I'm streaming on so many different devices that I don't want that fucking mess up 10 times a day.
I don't know why.
It's because they want to limit how much server space each user has, and that's why they don't let you have like 10 million followers. That takes up a lot of server space.
On Twitter, like,
Yeah, but that takes up a lot of server space. So Discord, in order to limit its cost, limit you to 1,000 friends and 1,000 people who within thing that I don't think that should be expanded. They certainly don't have a problem selling out types of advertising or having a premium version. You get all that. But yeah, in terms of threats, you should be able to say anything to anybody. Because what you consider a threat is different than what I consider a threat. Sticks itself a word we never. Let me just ask you this. Let's say you my child. Say to you, if you have anything to do with killing my child, I will make sure that you're executed.
going on with
Hold on. I didn't say that I'm going to kill you. At least in the United States, state execution is a thing. And that means I prosecute you and make sure that you get the death penalty.
yeah, no, let's
That's exactly right. That's my question. And until the, I want you to remember that.
Are you allowed?
It depends how you want to interpret execute. If you interpret execute as the cartel killing you, well then no. But if you want to define it as the state executing you, then yes.
You could.
It's subjective. It's
Well, you
absolutely.
gotta-
Why do you have to say that? Why can't you just say what the state would do, which is execute?
I mean, if you anything as in a way that's like, that's not, the reverse of what you say.
No, well, what if it's vague? What if it's vague?
I don't know if that's illegal or not.
It would be up to a judge and jury. It would be up to a judge and jury. That's what it comes down to. But this is what I'm saying. These are words. You should be able to say them. They don't hurt anyone physically. Sticks and stones may break my bones, but words may never hurt. Because with English, then you start to say, well, you can't use the term execute. Then you can't even use the term for, If you killed my kid, I should be able to say to you, I want to. I will do everything I can to have you executed. Or even if I suspect, if you killed my kid, or even if I suspected you of killing my kid, I should be able to say, I will do everything in my power to have you executed. If you had anything to do with the death of my child. That's what any good fucking parent would say.
Yeah, I weird.
But there
Like,
are.
one thing that it's largely like again, human nature to try and believe that was like on Twitter with like Trump making like probably there's like 100 million thousand tweets or even like if, like Facebook just released all the phone calls that they recording of people that have saying like, oh, I wish Trump was dead, or I wish assassination happened, or I want to kill Trump because I don't like him, his policies, he's a bad person. Like probably so many people have ushered death threats against Donald Trump, but like very, very like a fraction of a percent would ever even come close to like doing that in real life.
That's true.
You know?
Before
I feel like it's like part of human like you just want to reach for the top shelf and just like go for like the most like intense thing to say.
that's true. And people
Actually,
exactly. And look, in business, there's something called not is it bluffing? Not bluffing. There's something called um, hold on, I have to go to that. I'll be right back. Just bear with me. It's called puffery. Puffery. Look up puffery while I'm gone. Puffery. Riser, did you look up the term puffery? Okay. So basically, puffery, when you can use words to say, this is the greatest car of all time, or this is the greatest pen of all time. Okay? Exactly. Okay. So you can say world's best cup of coffee. Why can't you say, I'm going to blow up the world? I'm so pissed off I could blow up the world. Well, according to the law, that's a threat against 8 billion people. There should be something in the law that is the equivalent of puffery for threat, where you can just be so pissed off that you can threaten every motherfucker on earth, but it doesn't really mean anything. You're just pissed off. Does that make sense?
Study of like how many incidents of road rage actually end up with someone having a car camera and like actually assaulting someone versus how many incidents of road rage that just people like honking, like brake checking, flipping the person to the bird and that person.
Okay, so when 9/11 happened, there were arguments that said we should turn Afghanistan into a parking lot, which meant like killing millions of people. Technically, those are making threats against millions of people. Should you have to have
How is that making a threat? How is that making like a small but no, but
Well, that implies that we're going to kill everyone.
Unnecessarily, like
Wait, that's a great point. That's a great
or
point.
they could live in the parking lot.
Hey, absolutely. I agree with you. And that's what I'm saying. This should not be up to judges and juries. It's too subjective. It's just you should be able to say whatever you want. Now, the reason why we even in this country, because you used to be able to say whatever you want. When this really started to change, when this really started to change, or with the can you say fire in a crowded theater, and that was the start of these laws that then turned into threat laws and then hate speech laws. This all started with can you say fire in a crowded theater, and many people said that you should be able to. It's freedom of speech. Should you be able to say fire in a crowded theater? Absolutely. When? When there's a fucking fire. Exactly.
Let's still not allow the fire.
No, it's the idea that you could be prosecuted for saying because he caused trampling and caused people to run out. But if there really is a fire, you should. And it was very strategically used to be able to erode the First Amendment because you used to be able to say whatever the fuck you want. And
all public shooting.
100%.
You don't see actually central red flags with that towards the what's happening in the school day.
If people recognize that this was a common occurrence, then they could say they just ignore it.
And I have to know if they're doing like conflict or different.
You could send someone to their house to do a wellness check on them, but it shouldn't necessarily be a crime.
But it's not against the law. Even if we show up and they say, yep, having fun.
Okay,
You feel that.
wait, that's fine. And then the next time that they call, we can say, there's that story of the little boy who cried wolf. If you do that enough, people just start ignoring it. And it's the same way with the crowded theater and a fire. If you yell fire in a crowded theater and there's no fire, everybody's going to run out of the building one time. And next time you do it, nobody's going to believe you anymore. The society will dictate what is to be believed. You don't need to get the government involved, or at least not prosecuting agencies. If somebody like
I'll plan to stretch your brain, see if you can come up with anything. And the free speech may not be a great idea.
look, I've already thought through all of these. I can give you one.
You've heard it the one.
No, it's the big one. It's the thing that started the national security state that we're in. So during World War II, there was a congressman who was recounting closed door sessions of Congress. You have to understand, before World War II, we didn't have national security, meaning things couldn't be classified due to national security. That wasn't a thing. And what he said to the press was those Japanese, along these lines, those Japanese don't know that our submarines are 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 traveling at 100 meters under the ocean. They keep dropping their bombs and having them explode at 50 meters under. so that they're not killing any of our troops. And the Jets started having their torpedoes drop at 100 meters, starting to kill American troops. And that's what started the national security classification, essentially. So now, whenever you want to talk about aliens or stealth weaponry or faster, Mach 2 or Mach 3 or Mach 4 travel, all of that is classified under national security. So what am I saying? Should that congressman, should they have been able to give away government secrets? I think so. Because if you don't, if you say, it's one of two ways. You allow people to say that, and then that person would not get elected again next year or next time around. And that's how it should have worked. Or you create the national security state where you can't learn about Jeffrey Epstein because it's a matter of national security. What do you mean it's a matter of national security? We have child rape here. It's national security. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do. I get mine to be able to use it. It's like the veil to just hide behind.
But that's what's being done.
Laws,
That, exactly. But that's what's being done, and that's what has been done. And now, when we want to talk about really important topics, the assassination of the 35th President of the United States, John F. Kennedy, on November 22nd, 1963, in Dealey Plaza, Dallas, Texas. We can't talk about that because it's a national security issue. This is the assassination. This is the murder of a man in broad daylight. But we can't talk about it, or at least Congress can't.
But like, that seems like an argument again for our purposes, not against the person. I don't think that you're saying that like military open source everything.
I think you should be able to talk about whatever. So if you want to talk about
like national security, like military organizations, that doesn't mean you can't.
to quote John F. Kennedy, secrecy in a democracy is repugnant. What do I mean by that? If you're supposed to be living in a democratic society, you should not have secrecy. It is inherently repugnant. Things are supposed to be open in a democratic society. None. There are none. People deserve the truth in all aspects of society. If not, people would use whatever reasoning. Oh, it's a matter of national security, or it's for the protection of the family, or it's to prevent the victims' names from being known. Like, here's one that's used a lot: rape victims. They don't want their names published in newspapers. I just don't think we should stigmatize a rape victim. If we change the way that we view that in society, then it would be like anything else. Like somebody got burglarized. And I understand that it takes work. but I'm willing to work on it. Because if not, then you can say that John Doe raped 50 women. And then when he goes out and says, "Who did I rape?" When he's being prosecuted, they say, "We're keeping the victims' names anonymous." He deserves to know who his accusers are. And look, I just say these things because
But actually have a follower.
yes, absolutely. So they refer to it, Jane Doe. Sometimes it absolutely is. The only way around this is free speech and truth. If not, you can always use an excuse to get around. And I want to avoid those situations. Like basically, body cameras and live stream 24/7. They shouldn't ever be able to shut them off while they're on duty. No, and that, 100%. And I'm going to tell you what, if when I ever go viral, that will be the policy. That not only no. Just while they're being paid on the clock, they will always have to wear their body cameras. You will not be able to shut them. You will not be able to shut them off. You will not be able to mute them. Mute them and cover them up. Yep. And it would be, you'd have to wear the one on your chest. You'd have to wear one on your back. That's 360 degrees.
360. I think some cops try to sleep on in the back seat to skirt.
Happens all the time. Happens all the time.
Walked in like.
That's exactly right. Happens. They got lots of together. Happens all the time.
And then you guys can make up some about.
And guess what? That person is not prosecuted. The cop is not prosecuted, even though they're taking advantage of something. That should be a type of rape. And they're using their power against someone. That should be illegal.
Depends on the
That's not consensual. That is not consensual. There's a differentiation in power that makes it mean that it cannot be consensual. It's the same, or it's the same.
situation is someone trying to nothing to do with his birthday walking and nothing to do with they're being they're
No, that's a different situation. That doesn't happen. Nobody says, "Hey, let's go fuck in your car." Nobody says that. It's always in a traffic stop.
car, yeah.
It's always.
I don't think that's their number and not given handcuffs.
Look, I don't make these bad decisions that are being made by people, but I think those police should be prosecuted. And guess what? They're not prosecuted. And the way it works in the United States, which is absolutely disgusting, is they can just go work the town over and continue working.
No, there's, I heard that basically law that prevents police from being prosecuted for like almost.
Yeah, it's called qualified immunity, and that's a different subject that we need to get rid of. That's just a made-up term.
I thought that doesn't apply like notable negative.
That's a subjective term.
Literally start assaulting someone.
That happens all the time. That happens all the time. It's qualified immunity. And not only can't you sue that cop, you can't sue the government. Yeah, that happens all the time. You'll have two black kids who are just sitting there playing basketball. Some cop comes up to them, says, "Hey, let me see your ID." Black kids say, "Why? We're just playing basketball." And he said, well, you match somebody's description in the area, someone is a suspect, the black kids get scared, they just run down, beats the shit out of them. That happens every single day in this country. And I'm sick of it. I watch it. It's all over. It is fucked up. It absolutely is fucked up. The way that you can get around this is that you force police officers to carry their own insurance, just like doctors have. And if the cops fuck up enough, then they won't be able to get insurance, and they can no longer be cops.
Isn't there like a police officer or just like fucking up as a cop and they're eventually like
You become chief.
really dishonorable disappearance, like you're like you're literally not
No, that's the military. No, if you fuck up enough in a police,
like
if you fuck up enough as a police officer, you become chief.
promoted.
They promote the worst people to the top. It absolutely should. I mean, it's not nothing is 100% true in every single case dealing with people, but there is a, an environment in policing that you fail your way up. And how does this happen? So let's say you are that mean cop who beats up all those guys, just people just caught while being black or caught while being Hispanic or white, whatever it is. You will generate more income for the city because there'll be more prosecutions under you, which means you get promoted faster and you keep moving your way up. The dirtiest cops are the ones who get the most prosecutions and they move up the fastest. You did not think that, and that's cool. You don't live in the United States and understand what life is like under the tyranny that we have in the police. I'm not saying that it was any better. That's how it works, though. When these guys get promoted, it's how many people have you taken off the street? And a lot of times these people aren't bad guys, and these cops are just your bullies. And so they get promoted, and then they become a lieutenant, and then they become a detective, and then they eventually move up to lieutenant, captain, and then eventually into assistant chief, and then eventually the chief, because they're the ones willing to quote unquote take the bad guys off the street, but in reality, they're just breaking up families unnecessarily and taking children away from parents. I mean, there were situations, the easy ones. I mean, a cop sees a kid on the bike at 6:00 p.m. He stops the kid. Where are you going? The kid's like 10 years old. I'm just riding my bike. Where do you live? 123 Main Street. He goes to the 123 Main Street and he arrests the mom for child endangerment. She says, "What do you mean, child endangerment?" He says, "Your child it was 6 p.m., which isn't past curfew, but was riding their bike unattended. And you are that's putting your child in danger in the United States." She's going to say, "That's how kids play." But the cop has a right to be able to put that mother in jail. And now that kid doesn't have a life. And he's enforced it. But guess what? The cop gets a promotion because he was willing to get either the ruffians off. It absolutely is. It is. I saw it. I've seen it on a Reddit post not long ago. There's a kid who went to the store every day. Every day in the United States that happens. Did it happen 50 years ago? No, that was just not his claim. No, what this mother did, she had her child. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and the kid went to the store for the mom to get some milk. The store was like 2 miles away. The kid was like 11 years old, and the cops just followed the kid home and then arrested the mother for child endangerment. I don't know. And that's another issue. This stuff gets really secretive, and it's not made public. And the records aren't made public.
Like if you're over
I mean, I don't know what your name was, and the databases aren't easy to search. You basically need to know her birth date and like her last name. I don't know that, but I can tell you, she was in handcuffs for child endangerment when this kid just went to the store. What kids have been doing in the United States for many years? It's an argument that it's child endangerment. Let's look it up. Can kids walk unattended, or is that child endangerment? When is it legal for my kids to walk outside without me? Kids walking unattended, whether allowing a child to walk unattended constitutes child endangerment depends on the specific circumstances, the child's age and maturity, location, the time of day, and the laws of the jurisdiction. So all of that is subjective, like specific circumstances. Well, what the fuck is that? As there is no single federal law in the United States that universally prohibits offense. In most states, the decision is left to parental discretion based on the child's maturity and the specific situation. For example, a 10-year-old walking a short distance to school after school is generally not considered a legal issue, whereas a 5-year-old crossing a busy highway alone could attract legal attention. But what about a 10-year-old crossing a busy highway? It's a good question. However, in some cases, authorities have intervened. For instance, a couple in Maryland was investigated for child neglect after allowing their children to walk unaccompanied in the neighborhood, though the case was ultimately deemed unsubstantiated. Similarly, there have been instances where parents were charged with child neglect for allowing a child to walk home from a park, highlighting that such actions can lead to legal consequences depending on the jurisdiction. So, as I said, a 10-year-old kid riding his bike 2 miles to the store, that was considered by that police officer to be child endangerment. To another police officer, it might not have been. It's not specific.
US
You're
my favorite his dad was just like examining all the like either cases. There's so many of them. Like there's so many freaking like education.
and they're
Like home invasion, Canada. That's like we're gonna do Canada. And someone breaks with elected. And there's a law that's basically saying that if you use excessive force, then you can be subject to criminal like punishment. So, and then it's like an ambiguous law. It's like what is excessive force? There's a person, stranger, a burglar, or fearing for your life, you can have like a kind of defense for family. What if you use a physical force against someone?
100%. I wanted to mention this when you first came in. 1 in 20, this is different. 1 in 20 Canadians, but it's new, since 2016, 2018. 1 in 20 Canadians die of this every year. What is it? You want to guess? State sanctioned suicide. That is a huge amount of people. 1 in 20. And that's new. That have been, yeah, and you don't even need like a medical reason. You can just like,
the main partner, like the like people injection, like government in Canada.
you can say that you don't feel happy in a given day, and the state, and that you want the state to kill you, and they can.
Really, like you consent to your own suicide.
Yes.
I was first wanted something like
I heard it on Joe Rogan last week.
I'd be shocked if there was one in a
No, it's not talked about in Canada. Actually, Joe Rogan talked about it.
I've lived in Canada. I don't know how many people come across in Canada.
Dude, here it is. Here it is. It's 5% of all deaths in Canada in 2023. That's 1 in 20. Oh, okay. I meant 1 in 20 deaths. That's what I said.
No, you said one in 20 people can't.
Well, apologies. Okay, if I said it that way, I did not hear it correctly. Okay,
No,
1 in,
that makes sense. I was like, no way, like 20 people.
yeah, no, now I see the confusion. Apologies for the future people out there. Yeah, so 1 in 20 of all deaths in Canada are from this.
Okay. That makes a lot more sense.
That's a huge amount.
I mean, it's probably what's up the suicide rate, or probably what suicide rate versus that. Then
No, right. No. But wait, believe it or not, I think you should be able to do that.
I don't think. I think maybe like on average, the suicide rate has increased for internet reasons, monetarily,
I agree with
and
that. 100% agree.
all that stuff. But
I
I think like
I agree with you.
not having that much blood.
I think that you should be able to, if you want to, you want to off yourself in a safe way. I think you should be able to do it.
There's like this. There's two companies that do like Bitcoin or whatever that have developed suicide products.
Right.
Those are like sophisticated companies in Australia. They're the way that they work. Pull themselves up. Doing something. It's called bad stuff for everything. And that's the way that are out being able to help like is on thing that will like suffocate you, pain you.
It shares Ethereum because 75% of all the air,
So helium also
but 75% of all of the air is nitrogen. Okay, I could see that. If it doesn't have oxygen inside of it, you're just going to die. I get that. Okay. Well, I don't want to get down that topic too much, but I did just want to see that just a huge amount. But I feel is that that's what you want to do, and there should be a program that tries to talk you out of it. If that's what you want to do, because you're in pain or whatever, you should be able to do it. Um, I, I agree. No, I absolutely agree. There should be a checklist. You should have to go through some things, you know. But if you want to, that's your choice. You should be able to. All right. Well, we covered that. We covered free speech. We covered sports, but I still have things to say on sports, and that would be the draft on sports. That's the big thing in sports, and that's really interesting. So there was one this year that was really. The NBA is the biggest joke of a league, and it has been. And okay, so the 1985 draft is like the most talked about one that's been rigged. So you had this really big, great player out of Georgetown named Patrick Ewing, and the league wanted him to go to the biggest market to New York, but New York didn't have that good of a percentage to be able to get him. So what they did is they did this thing. You can actually YouTube where those big drums where they have like ping pong balls. Well, wait. No, they do. They would do that in later. But instead of putting ping pong balls in there, they put envelopes in there. And what they did was they froze one of the envelopes allegedly so that it was really cold. And so when they went in there to pick up which one would go to New York, all they had to do was feel for the cold one, and that one was the one they knew was going to go to New York. Does that make sense? Well, this was in 1985. Then what happened was people were starting. I mean, they complained about it. If you actually watch that draft, they take the envelope and slam it into the side of the drum so that it's dented, so that you can tell which one you want to go to New York. And he ended up going to New York and having one of the best careers of any in the history of the game. Okay, so people started complaining that this wasn't big, and so now they even do the draft. Well, then they did the draft with little ping pong balls, but that can be written as well by putting different air in the ping pong balls. Like you can put a little bit more helium in some of the ping pong balls, and they'll rise to the top more. All kinds of ways that I find it really interesting to be able to do that. And so then people started.
I mean, I guess some or just
Yeah, that's what they do. No, that's what they do. But to make sure that the shittiest of the shitty team that they want, but maybe it's a big market, gets the right player, they the way that they do it is they say, all right, the worst team is going to get 50. Worst team is going to get 40 ping pong. The worst team is going to get 20 ping pong balls. The second worst team, or it would be the worst team will get 32 ping pong balls. The second worst team gets 31 ping pong balls. The third worst team gets 30 ping pong balls. We're going to put them all in a hopper, and then we're just going to draw from that. Does that make sense?
I thought they just went and was the worst team.
No. It's like that in the NFL, but not in the NBA. So it depends on the league. NBA is all fucked up with that. So anyway, they just started doing. Then now what they do is they just do it behind closed doors, and then they just say some accounting firm oversaw it. Like those guys aren't fucking corrupt as fuck as well. So anyway, what happened this year? The number one pick, his name is Cooper Cup, or Cooper Cup, Cooper Flag. He was from Duke. Um, Basically, there was a team, the Dallas Mavericks, and they had arguably the best player in the league, who was Luka Doncic, and he got traded to the Lakers. And everybody said, "Dude, Dallas, why did you trade the best player in the league to the Lakers? Like, why would you trade the best player in the league?" And they just were like, "Oh, we just did it. We made an executive decision." And wouldn't you know it? Even though they have like really shitty odds to get the number one pick, they got the number one pick. And so what would end up happening? The Lakers would get sold to um, the Guggenheim Group, which owns like the Dodgers as well, for $10 billion to the Busk family, which was sold them. And so it raised all of the values of all of the sports franchises in the NBA. And then the number one pick went to Dallas. And it just was like everybody thought it was rigged. And it was rigged.
Does the sport like a mathematician? A band or kind of like sound like a quick every sequence of like water and then got lost and then went to like Virginia or some state and there's no limit the max of water and yeah, the math formula to let him like pick up and then he had like human time had like people that like all went to like all these convenience stores and gas stations bought like they spent like $8 million on physical lottery they had it been one in like there's like $14 million thing so it was great
I've heard of that. I've also heard when they have those ping pong balls that could be rigged by the size of the ping pong balls and the hole that they have to go up. Who rigged it like a lottery organizer? Like basically, they ordered these ping pong balls, but the only balls that would go up into the hole were like a little differently sized than the big ones, and or like yeah. So there were ping pong balls that were the normal size, but they would not fit through the hole. They made the hole a little smaller, and the only ones that would go through were a little bit tinier ping pong balls, so that all of the ping pong balls went in the right order. Did you ever see the McDonald's HBO documentary, McMillions? That one's super interesting. You know the Monopoly game? Isn't that interesting? Yeah, like basically it wasn't right. He still got away with it. He never got prosecuted over it. He lives in a basically what happened, there was a guy who was like the head of the security firm that Reynolds did not run it, but the security firm did, and he would give the winning tickets to people within this crime family, and just like if he liked you, he would give you $1 million ticket, and or like a car or whatever. And somebody connected the dots on all of the winners, all knowing this one guy, and eventually McDonald's had to give out like a bunch of money in like prizes and stuff. And they also ran like some kind of promotion where they, I don't know, give you $2 off a Big Mac for a month or whatever, some kind of promotion like that to try to win back the public trust. But basically, like no one person won any of those $1 million advertisements for like the first decade that they did this promotion. And they promoted it all over the United States, like everywhere. And
There's another similar one to this. I don't know if we told me about it or not, but the Pepsi.
the Pepsi points, yeah, and the Harrier jet.
That documentary was hilarious. Pepsi wears my jet. But this one was like Pepsi, like a lottery, whereas like on the lotto cap, like a chance to win money, and then how after that, like really, there's like a prank, like
Oh, yeah, I told you about this. In the Philippines.
It was like supposed to be like a
Exactly.
and then all like
Yeah. And to this day, Pepsi is like hated in the Philippines because a lot of people like got really excited, like they were going to be millionaires. I think each one of them was going to win $100,000, like in USD. It was $1 million in Philippine pesos, something like that, just from a misprint.
Yeah, I mean that one. I feel like the McDonald's security was like should have been more than the Filipino.
I think
a little more innocent than the McDonald's one.
I understand what you're saying. The so the Harrier jet. That guy actually did not win the Harrier jet, but or he did not get it in the end.
You did you watch that?
No.
I watched it. So I see that. You know what the fuck happened? I remember this guy.
So Pepsi ran a promotion called Pepsi Points, and you could, if you had 5 Pepsi points, you could get a hat and all kinds of things. So
in the advertisement, it says like just
7 million, yeah. So Pepsi launched a Pepsi stuff promotional campaign, which included a television commercial featuring a computer-generated AVI Harrier 2 jet being offered for a price of 7 million Pepsi points. And I remember watching this and not knowing if it were true or not. I mean, I remember seeing the commercial. The commercial, which showed a teenager landing the jet at school and stating "Sure beats the bus," was intended to be humorous and entertaining advertisement to attract a younger audience during the Cola Wars. The ad did not include any disclaimers or fine print indicating it was a joke, which led to a significant legal dispute. John Leonard, a 21-year-old business student at the time, interpreted the offer seriously. He noticed that Pepsi points could be purchased for 10 cents each, allowing him to calculate that acquiring 7 million points would cost $700,000. With financial backing from 5 investors, Leonard sent a check for $700,008.50, including $10 for shipping and handling, and 15 Pepsi labels to Pepsi requesting the Harrier jet. Pepsi refused to deliver the jet, stating that the commercial was a fanciful and humorous ad, not a binding offer. Leonard sued Pepsi, arguing that commercial constituted a valid arm that he had accepted by sending the check labels. However, the court ruled in favor of Pepsi, determining that the advertisement was not a legally binding offer, but rather an invitation to negotiate. The court emphasized that a reasonable person would not believe a major corporation would offer a $23 million military jet for a consumer promotion, especially required a $700,000 investment. The court also noted that the commercial directed viewers to the Pepsi catalog for the actual terms of the promotion, which did not list the Harrier jet as a redeemable item. The court granted summary judgment to Pepsi, dismissing the case. The incident became a notable case in contract law, often cited to illustrate that advertisements are generally not offers but invitations to make offers. The story gained renewed attention with the release of the Netflix documentary Pepsi Where's My Jet in 2022, which chronicled Leonard's attempt and subsequent legal battle. The commercial was later updated to increase the required points for the jet from 7 million to 700 million, reinforcing the joke's intent.
I feel like we should have at least been able to see false advertising. Wasn't it literally like a while ago that like it was like valid offer? I'm not so about it.
He said that it was. The court said that it was just an invitation to negotiate.
Yeah, I know, but I think like the actual law the document is like, oh, it's nothing from this commercial, but it's like not make this a valid offer. I got that before, like literally take it off my Pepsi. The mistrial was ignored. You should have gotten a hearing.
Absolutely.
Why? Valid offer.
Well, it it looked like an offer for the company. Now they're saying that an advertisement is not an offer, but an invitation to offer. Then I don't think you should be able to advertise or advertise any kind of offer, which kind of goes against advertising. It's not an invitation to offer. That's just how the court ruled to get to be because they had a multinational corporation that was influencing them on top of the United States government that did not want to give some civilian jet plane. So there was a lot of influence on it. But I would say that advertisements are not invitations to offer. They are offers.
What would be the downside of a Harry type? Literally a plan.
Yeah, I mean,
Removed all the capabilities. I think it could be like classified military.
there's that. To me, it was really stupid of the Pepsi company to have that advertisement and not think that somebody would pull that shit on them. Because
They're also literally marketing to children and other things in court cases. Like, why okay, maybe an adult like verbally get the offer, but there's like a reasonable person. This is marketed to children. Like it's advertising for candidates to like literally girls, so it's like no. The average girl probably won't be able to just say that the offer was taken.
I mean, I was like 11 years old when it came out, and I didn't know the difference. Meaning, I thought it was a joke, but I really did think to myself, wow, if you got 7 million of those things, 7 million of those things together, you would get a jet. And the reason why I thought that is because it's in the advertisement. If you guys were so fucking smart, then you would either make it a number that nobody could ever attain, like you did in later versions of it, or you wouldn't put that in at all, and you would just have it be normal shit that you could get.
I'm surprised it didn't affect other advertising options because I feel like it could be like a template of a waterfall like effect of like, oh, well this just come up with false advertising and we can do all these other $billions worth of fraud.
Right. They just used legalese to say that it was an advertisement is not an offer, it's an invitation to offer. And I think that is legalese. I think that is uh, just a way to sneak out of this. Because in reality, advertisements should be offers. If they're not, then you shouldn't be able to advertise them. Because then you could just say, um, like I don't know if this is right, but I'll just try to think of an argument. Like think of a
Like Coca-Cola cures
no, no. But I could say Toyota truck we're selling for $10 on my car lot. Come down to my car. We've got unlimited to, uh, Toyota trucks, and then you come down there and you're like, "Hey, you got Toyota trucks for $10," and I say, "Oh, it wasn't an offer. It was just an invitation to offer." And I'm rescinding that offer. I'm rescinding that invitation or whatever. I'm rescinding that offer. Well, now you wasted all your time to come down here. And to me, it's kind of a bait and switch.
but uphold the law.
Yeah, what I feel that they should have done is,
Sometimes I Coca-Cola lawyer
well, so that's the thing. At the end of the day, Coke and Pepsi are not enemies. They're actually allies. That's why they don't go up against each other anymore. They used to go up against each other and they would be like, what's better, Coke or Pepsi and all that other bullshit. Notice they don't do that anymore. They don't attack each other in ads anymore. And the reason why is because they're basically both owned by the same people. So they're owned by hedge funds like Berkshire Hathaway owns like 15% of Coca-Cola stock, or did for a long time, and Pepsi is owned by what like basically Frito Lay, they own all that shit. But basically, like they're owned by hedge funds. So these companies say to each other, "Look, if we have them battle with each other, we're just going to hurt the market because people are going to say, I don't want Coke because it's unhealthy or too expensive, and I don't want Pepsi because it doesn't taste good or because it's too sweet or too expensive or whatever." And then people aren't going to use the products at all. So we'd rather we'd rather not shit on each other and make sure the market remains strong than to attack each other and weaken the market. Does that make sense?
hot woman drinks.
All right, big dog.
I don't do this often. Normally people leave me, but I fuck up my hours. You never will, but that's fine. I wouldn't normally stay up till late, but I do with you because you raise very good points. You're very good. I don't say this. I don't really say this to make people know, but I think you're a very smart person. I think I know you're a very funny person. And those are two things that are very I just with you. And I think that's very. I think in the future, when people study the conversations I have with people, they'll very much appreciate my conversation with things that we delve into the human mind. But they'll really like yours, especially like when you just come to me, you're like, what would be a good business idea? Or how would you market this? And all that other shit. They'll love that. So you should know that that's going to be big. Before you go, absolutely, 100%. Do you have the kick out?
I don't know.
Okay, don't worry about it. I'm going to show you my share. No big deal. All right, big dog. Go ahead.
Sorry, I just wanted to say one question.
Go for it, big man. Absolutely.
At New Year's, when I was I want to say upstairs from my house, it was like midnight, obviously like sudden. And we're watching The Wizard of Oz, and I just remember being so fucking scared of flying.
Word, dog. Those things are scary as fuck.
That movie freaked me out, but the flying monkeys, which is like some bad
I agree with you.
I thought it died into the strangeness of the law itself and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know about those. I hate that word. If anything, I just call them logical. Yeah, theories. Yeah. I mean, I think that the story is based on the gold standard of the United States Treasury. That's what the yellow brick road is, like gold bars, basically. It's like a play on finance. Um, there's some really weird things. If you've ever listened to Dark Side of the Moon, I don't know if you know that, but if you start Dark Side, if there's like this thing, if you start Dark Side of the Moon and Wizard of Oz at certain times, it becomes like a Dark Side of the Moon becomes like a soundtrack for the Wizard of Oz, and all these weird correlations happen that are really freaky, and they kind of will freak you out. Then that movie was really big because it went from black and white to color when color was really rare, and um, the idea that it deals with a witch and like or multiple witches is weird, and that there's a guy behind the curtain that's weird. That book is now in the public domain, so that's how Wicked can get made, and technically, like Disney could make that, even though it's traditionally known as like an NGO film. Um, uh, yeah, those monkeys freaked me out as well as a child.
Creepy, like was it fun as a family? Like
It just depends on. They want to make them look scary, so
also, oh god, it just have things.
yeah, the Munchkins.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's weird. And also the green. Green is like well, this is before the CIA, but like green was seen as a color of intelligence, and it's why when you watch movies with like CIA characters, a lot of times they'll make the color of the character's eyes green, or they'll use something green. And the
like the counterbalance or whatever. I'm not even making sense, okay, but the counter between the Wicked Witch of the West and the Good Witch, that's a thing, and they basically like just using a few sets really make you think these characters move like a long way. There's something really weird, but like, dude, you have to watch it in that movie. Oh, definitely. Um, Perhaps. There's the idea of being behind yeah, there's something like that. The idea of the person behind the curtain, that's supposed to be like the people who control the money system, and that's why there's like a gold brick road that travels for them, and there's like the idea that it's very psychological with the three sub characters being like not having a brain, not having courage, not having heart, is it? And
No, that's the line. The man is here.
no, no, the lion, the lion is courage, so that's fear. The Tin Man is the brain, and
The sword girl, they all seem like cowards.
I'll look it up. And also like the use of those red ruby slippers. There was something toward that, like why they weren't originally ruby, but they showed up really. They were originally silver slippers. That's right. And silver and gold were supposed to take you to like the like person behind the the money system, but silver did not show up as well as red did, so they made them ruby. Uh,
Sword girl, one, me too. The brain,
oh, Scarecrow. Oh,
and also the Tin Man for that movie, he had to get covered in like spray. I really heard about even like health issues and that movie.
um,
Really just like
yeah, and those. Oh, and there was wait, there's like a if you watch that movie, there's like a dead munchkin like hanging from a tree, and dude, that movie's fucked up. Um, Judy Garland was like sexually assaulted by the heads of the production companies for it. They claimed that yeah, like she had to like have sex with the head production people. The claim that the dead munchkin is hanging from a tree is false. The figure seen in the background during a scene where Dorothy and Scarecrow and Tinman walk down the hill is not a person but a large bird, specifically a crane, which is one of the birds borrowed from the Los Angeles. Okay, that's fine. I mean, I'm not saying that one's true. I'm just saying that's true with it. But Judy Garland assaulted wizard. Oh yeah, that one's pretty well known. Um, and she was just like a little girl. Well, I think she was an adult, but basically, yeah. Okay, here we go. Judy Garland was allegedly sexually assaulted by some of the actors who played the Munchkins on the set of Wizard of Oz when filming of the 1939 classic. According to claims made in a posthumous memoir by her ex-husband in 2017, Luff stated that the adult actors who were 40 or older repeatedly put 17 at the time by putting their hands under her dress, and they believed they could get away with such behavior because of their small stature. Reported by Garland's own 1968 interview with Jack Carr, in which he described the Munchkins as little drunks who were often drunk and picked up by police. Claims that there were other people who did this too. I mean, she's a beautiful woman. Uh, did you know that she's Liza Minnelli's mom? Yeah, dog. Um, well, she was. And there was like a Judy Garland uh, museum in Grand Rapids, Minnesota, and she had that a pair of her shoes there, those red ruby slippers, and they got stolen. And there's that people are obsessed with that movie. And I'm with you on the monkey thing. Those monkeys fucking scared me. And I don't know. I think there's just something subconscious about the idea of a flying monkey that could come and steal you as a child. Really freaky to me. What else?
There's the whole scene with the castle and like something where
Right. And there's something to that story, and it was based on finance. It's like based on the gold standard. Let me just quickly. And then
like or something wizard like with like a there's more characters
that could be. Okay, so Wizard of Oz is a story. Wizard of Oz is a story. Is interpreted by political and economic allegory, reflecting debates over the gold standard in the late 19th century. According to the theory, the yellow brick road symbolizes the gold standard, a monetary system of currency with backing gold, which many believe contributed to economic deflation and hardship, particularly for farmers and industrial workers. The Emerald City, the destination at the end of the road, is interpreted as Washington, representing the nation's capital and financial system, with the green hue symbolizing the greenback. Characters are often seen as representatives of different groups. Yada, yada. The magic silver slippers, which Dorothy and Harry Wicked Witch are a symbol of interpretation. Oz, they say itself is interpreted as abbreviation for ounce. I mean, at least in Hebrew, Oz means power. All right, big dog. I'm gonna hit it. Take care, my friend. Sweet dream. Absolutely, big dog. You. Israel, my.
Love it.
I was a kid when it was hot. Slices. You know, fuck. Mexicans get that kid.
Atomic fire.
Well, for yours, it's small. Assholes not fun because ghosts work. It's gonna swallow go. What's it gonna say? So yeah, I'm getting after he drank all my goddamn orange juice, in 10 minutes. No, not on it. So in the crack right above it. So to get it, I didn't. Go one knuckle. I would get on that fucking drop me out and pick you up. Because I own one, get it. I love that. When you guys are jump a bus sometime, we do that. I do the parts of the country, yeah. The bus, it will be tonight. It'll get it from Tennessee. And then we're here Wednesday. And go north to just getting out of to be honest. I'm looking for we boxed that, but it would be just look. Wait, shut the fuck up. Okay, me and Coco lived in a apartment smaller than this fucking studio. Okay, and we laughed our asses off. And the doors were open, the windows were open because it was so fucking hot. We couldn't hardly go to sleep. It was noisy as shit. We put on Jordan and 5 minutes of sleeping time. Wake up, get for Jesus, making biscuits, or food on. Okay, and just went on the floor. On the bed. Yeah, it was crazy. We were in the morning, and this was team us. 14. You don't understand. You learned that from my brothers. Are you kidding me? I got 5 fucking TVs. 5 fucking TVs on that goddamn bus. Pick one channel. I've got size bedroom. That's it pops out. And then the living room pops out. And there's 3 bunks. It's got a 2 bedrooms and a shower on it. And I think there's 6. So if we go someplace like up in the water in the summer, everybody will get 30 out there when it's 120 degrees. Fuck you. I took 3 showers and I was a sweet smelling motherfucker. People don't think that I was for real or something. I was smelling so good. Okay, I was doing it, Jack. It was awesome. Everybody's moving inside. You know, I'm gonna be in my bus. Take a shit on it. Smoke a bump. I think that. But that's how we got Yeah, right. What happened? I got in the fucking plane and I I'll tell you, man. When you get out, you're heavy, you have to take a lead sometimes. So, yeah. Yeah, it's slammed on your back. You know, you have to train the next day. Because it loads you. And, like, smoke. You fucking think. From big. People trying to manage. Prescriptions. You can't give you the leave one night. We clean it. Give you a chunk of real hash. And you tell me which day to make that's a clean disorders. Like no life 4 years ago. Because he had a leave. He had a leave. You're gonna drink. You take a leave. Take them at night. I take them at night. You should do bad. Won't tell them. I'm sure later, whatever the fuck I do. You see, so fly. Wait. So now you're in Chicago, and you land in B32, and yours is the next one is age 17. You got 15 fucking minutes, and Chicago, the fucking terminals are so close together that they're fucking, well, one of them chairs, you can twin yours to a black guy with a dog cart. No, you gotta fucking open down, you gotta fucking rock. Went to bed, I got up like brand new. That was I just found it. I think I like those pills too much. I don't know. I don't know. I like them too much. I like it. Yeah. You're not us. You're six. 7:30. So I don't want to put it at 7. You fly to the side of the fucking road for 6, 7 hours. Okay, you get your fucking shit hotel at 1 p.m. Coming to pick you up at 5, and then they pull ahead and be considerate of what kind of coffee you need. Kind of bring you some breakfast. I do all that. I'll prepare when I get back to the hotel room, and I get back. I'll sleep like a baby. But after the show, we have too much energy. It's too much time. But the show, I'm not gonna sleep. So I have to work. Even this week, I'm gonna work with my flight. I gotta be at the airport at 5:30. I get ready to get here. So 5:30, I gotta be at the airport. means I'm working 1:30 in the morning. So I'm not getting back 3 hours sleep. Like, I'm what I do. Saturday morning, I get up, I still walk around, I get home, I go back like 10 o'clock, Jack. Saturdays, what time is it? That's it. Yeah, that's it. After that, because I'm sleeping straight till 3. I don't sleep, man. You know me, I don't sleep. Saturdays, I don't know what I don't I have a chance of falling for 3 hours. But what you're way down here, I got a flight. I'm taking a Jersey, and I'm still flying to Jersey because it is connected to Jersey. Virgin, Virgin being Jersey. Sunday, I wait till 1. Gets me back here. I end up here. South, I got one. Southwest is going to bags that there's nothing that's tell us how much you for TV. They give you on the white LP. Oh my God. American Airlines 4,000 miles on that. Right. Nevada. California. Yeah. You're in the water. The Southwest. You're in the country. That's all. What the big one here is if you want a big one here, it's exactly. You just want the Southwest. I'm back on Monday night, so I'm going to sit down and sleep side with about 3 like right here. And it was just a yellow on the bus. And I have to yeah. So much better. Get the fuck on. Fuck you. Get on. Fuck you. Germany, you sit there, you walk by, I did the math. 30 or something. There's like 96 aisle and window seats. So, for that section. I'm nervous, dude. Man, you realize that the Jewish thing you ever said to me. I'm telling you, I haven't said it. You got Israel right there. That is the Jewish thing you've ever said. All the fucking windows are out. Because I gotta buy 2 seats, right? And I don't mind. That's no big deal. Here's how cool fucking if that plane is full, they give me one of those seats back for free. And so the next time it's over, I fly, when I was in Nashville, 2-hour flight. I'm in Boston, 2-hour flight. I'm in Chicago, 2-hour flight. I'm in Miami. 85% of my work is for that 2-hour flight. Over there, Nashville. Holy shit! I got there 10 minutes before the plane was supposed to take off. And well, we've already got you checked in. The plane is now having mechanical problems, and as soon as you get on, it'll be fixed. Okay? This was before the TSA bypass, all that bullshit. They were like, just get you on the plane, and they wheeled me from there on one of the go-karts, because it's up for several months. They got me to that place. The problem solved. Yeah, everybody clapped. I'm on my 2 seats right there, waiting for my duck. And those guys slowed me to come out with the bags. Real nice. I see those dogs. Whatever you whatever. You got one. Let's stay up. I go pretty much. Oh my God. Fly. Not in the sun. Have a comfortable church on their website. It's a where they can be able to see. I'm going to into work because they end up the first person, right? First class, 75 class, and then in economy. So fucking he's economy. Early. You have a passport, by the way, and you're gonna have a whole lot. Just go get TSA pre-approved. It takes about 5 minutes. Okay, which like scared the living shit out of me. Show me my passport and my ID, and then they ask me like 6 questions, like, do you love America? Of course. Are you allied with any of the terrorist group against the country? And I go, not only do I fucking hate them fucking cocksucker, dirty sons of bitches. Okay, they shot at me. Fuck you. Alright? I ain't Russian. I'm bona fide. Jack. Fuck that. And they go, I didn't even throw everybody inside the face pipe. Boom. And that's it. All you do is go up there. You don't have to take anything off. Shoes, no fucking no. Social media or bullshit. What are you talking about? I hear stuff. That's bullshit. But you know what? It would be smart. I'm doing it. I put on the bus a tower, a mobile again is I get all your information. So next time I'm in the area, I can hit you and that's how I do it. I put money into it, but at least I get something exchange and I get free internet. You know what I mean? Right? That's what you gotta do for people. But business is not doing that. But you know what they do on your email? If you got like a ad or something, you can put Trill TV, and they've got movies on there too. Right? And you can put channels in real time, and it's for free. It's like, what is it, Boeing or something like that? That's like fucking $22. And then it's for Twitters or nothing. But that's good. That's way too fucking much. I mean, I don't know what the source gives you free Wi-Fi. Yeah, but it's when you're on water, I don't get it. So you just have to, they don't want to pick the screens. So you could put it on your tablet, and then there's login, and then they have yeah, but you can get all your Wi-Fi, everything on there, and everything. Especially if you're English, you get everything. You get all the direct ones. You're not like I'm too wide in the ass, and it doesn't love it. I do Nationals up for Southwest. And, you know, they got 3 directs. I took American here. First class like a doctor. I was on Saturday on Halloween. I was the first one in there on that. It's a fantastic flight, man. It's happy. Dallas and Chicago, so they to Nashville, but Nashville's such a great hub that you can get all of the South and right there from there. Like that's like their emergency one. Like when Dallas is a storm in Chicago's fucked up, they add extra flights to every key city to Miami so they can bring people up to the East Coast. It's great. That's what they do. They're smart, you know. You can think that they do it like they do, baby. They do it like they do. Like people fly. With the best ticket in the business. Virgin main campus select. Look at that. Virgin first class. Oh, no, but the main campus. Oh, yeah. It's fourth first class. It's first class. Great first class. First class. Like it's first class. First class. It's first class. At the front. Best in the business. You got more leg spins actually than you are in first class. Select. Got even the first class. Yeah. Because they have this. We can go that could happen. It's the more space than first class. You can take the bus. They put your free food in the free food. Everything's in the house. So it's still first class. And you still feel the first class tonight. That fucking Brit. It's not fine first class. You walk out. Right. If it ain't full up, that's going to be call business. You gotta go to San Francisco first. Yeah. Right for Chicago. Chicago. Anywhere. It would be more effective. Like they ran Southwest is almost a 24-hour airline, and then it's always international flights. But I'm telling you, man, America is the smartest in the business. We're the rates of what they could, but they run them all the fucking time. They lower the rates now so they can more people go to the optimize organizing like the rest of us used to. And then make consumers pay at an accelerated rate for the last few days flights that aren't full because the cheap people got converted to the other flights. It's a goddamn beautiful business model. That's how you look to make money. It's amazing how much these companies create something like that. Like, especially, well, there's no reason why everything, right? If you are the worst person in the fucking world, go work at the airport because no one will bitch about you because they don't have time to fill out a form. They don't have time to fucking talk to your manager. They just don't. They get a plane ticket, so they go to the gig and watch the next fight. It's free. It's awesome. You're there. So go work at that. My man, really made a mistake. Listen to me. This is what you're working. I know what you're going to do. And I know, I'm sorry. Here's the funny one. 300. They're 4,000. And so, like, I think well, especially, but Morris is badass. He'll get the maybe stay at level. They're still worthless. They're fucking strung out. So I mean, there's been one of them because of what they're similar to what they're drinking. They're fucking expensive. But man, if you have one like you're this bitch, and that fucking guy is Kevin Hart. Your rating would be, I mean, if you only have one client and you're somewhere down, but Kevin will work for you and make a ton of money. What if he takes 2 years off, just to relax and build up a new act? That's when your rating drops to 5,000 likes. I mean, but how much this team, and they I mean, he's still throwing people around in the right? That's you have a theatrical. Such fucking amazing action hero. He would be so amazing. Okay, Joe Rogan, and Terrence and crazy. Okay, trying to desert hot bitches. What the fuck? I'm all that fucking asshole. It's fucking And that's when the police were goddamn fucking parents too, man. Right.
in those days, you know, what's up? Me and the boys, that's a good thing. The party was Saturday. So really, it was like the baby home. It was like one day. This party was on a Saturday. Like 3 times. So I realized, you know, they call basically romance. Of course, I'm feeding with this no bullshit. It was when, Saturday night, third, Saturday before that, the 27th, she died on the sleep. She died after the week that day. So she was a week and a half. She died a week and a half. So she gave me the speech or something. She died in February. So look at it. You follow me? Sunday. I'm on the couch. Yes, I was getting by this time. I'm not going to call you back. She was already asleep. I'll never get back. I made all those costumes. Up the fucking stairs, and as I was putting the fucking heat in the window, grabbed me with one fucking hand and just spit across the face. Smacked me. This was years before that. She was a big boy, you know, and she just wasn't out. I just wasn't out. You know, they did me. She was there for me. Light me on fire. Hero. She was opening his arm. She was so bad. You fucking married. I have a fucking life. All area. That's the deal. It's out. You just fucking go fuck what you do. We just not explain it all. Us. I stand there. You just smack me in the fucking face. Like it was a hard smack. Like it was snake. You know what the fuck is wrong with you? I'm still I don't even want to look at you. I'm always pissed. I'm like, wow. Holy shit, that was fucking real. It's real. My brother died and one. Satan. whatever flowers and I would simply basket, like a big basket. My mom would do a fucking thing like that. She used to say all the fucking things to my church. Fuck church. I was 2. That's 1970. And then something New York went to the playoffs and LCS playoffs against so you guess and New York was 6 to 10. Won the series 13-2. Right. He took the fuck out of that was the second base. Oh yeah. So when we introduced with the Jewish instruction, we Saturdays. It was Wednesdays a lot. Wednesdays, Sundays sometimes. This is true. feel like it's not a place that they treat. Russian here's the thing. The guy would go, got signed on right field. He would have to So $10,000 listen to me. The fucking beat the Reds right. You understand what? Not words. For the Reds to beat the Reds, the Reds will be like nice. You know, the Red machine. They went closer. I remember I still listen. It's not creepy. Not only do you this you go on Sundays, you go on Thursdays, it really gets me like you people see what serious was on the was the serious with the so this is not people the fuck is up. Okay. See if there was a Sunday. If they won that game, oh, the Mets, the Six was on a Sunday. Was it 6 games? It's 7 games. Okay. Sunday, October 20th. You think you were a gentleman.
She been shit out of the house. Jesus. I hate that motherfucker. My grandmother had a problem with women doing things with those slot machines. They want to never make you look like a fucking she lost everything because of her weird life. Everything that the teens have been making for the rest of this. At the time, which I think went out of bed, so this last week, was with you, I watched the big games. I watched the night cheer for them. I got taken. I was cheering for them. They won the shit the first night. And when I saw them sing, I saw them in a shadow man, whatever that Billy Joel thing. That was it. That was disgusting. That was disgusting. They were each other. And they were singing, "Shoot me your soul, you man." And Billy Joel in the top back. That drives me crazy. It's amazing. It's got real things. I still had that one saying that's it. Losing West, but Billy Joel when you need him. Sucker. Was trying to sell money more. Warren, did you watch the series? Fuck yeah. I watched it. I was disgusted with him. Series? Shit money that game. Did you watch the fucking football game? That was really garbage.
Geronimo came, fucking Indians, those Geronimo, no crazy. And 3 people would steal like a Negro, would steal your ass. You know, Negroes were living the money just, you know, they really, Rothschild was a gamer, he was just going to see his face for him. They actually showed the fucking picture. If the public December again, this is not baseball, this is winning. Because it's all George. Something happens, there's always going to happen. Every time you look at the public, there's what is the steal? That's what you want. Yes. She's a time. Feel like a fan. You know what I mean? I like the Houston Astros. I started stand up there in '90. I loved like the man John Wesley. We went for a foul ball, and a little kid was going for a foul ball, but it's throwing it from us. Instead of me squashing it, for that fucking foul ball. Everybody cheering on the big screen. I'm cheering together. He goes, yes.
It took me so long to be able to get up. I didn't even know what to do. The instructor just pushed me back on my back. Oh my God.
You get you get wildly. Slept. I said, fuck, I gotta swim. I don't want to win. We would see people in his kids. Black brothers, there was still two survivors. I'm not gonna be a fat guy who wears a t-shirt.
My husband, she don't want to see me. Keep all this shit.
T-shirt. It was 400 pounds. There was fat everywhere with it. And I sit in the sun. And I think my heart was always in the sun. But I know this thing back and I jump up. It was every morning at 5 a.m. I did this to start off. I'm still starting to blow. So I'm like, if I get so shaky, I was steam on. I was just with the cocaine. I was nothing else. So I was doing the end. I waited for us to spring up on. I'm still looking on the wall. And the fucking steam was bad. Can't do it. I can't do it. Fucking laps. I can't go. The lap pool was wide open. Oh, fuck this. I just went out with him. Guys, my God, he better than jump. Just to hold what he my family. And I'm trying to swim. I'm swimming. I'm putting it in my head. I'm a river of my form. And it was doubly in the head. With vision. I'm fucking stupid. By this time, I'm out of here. We pack cigarettes a day. Right? I'm freaking out. I can't sleep. My feet can't take the trucks on the road. People sort of running. I'm not swimming. I'm like, I don't die. I'm trying to get the shortest distance this way. If I swim quickly, then the fucking wall may never make it. So I had to swim this way. So I pulled myself by Spider-Man. And I get to the wall. I'm feeling seriously. That's when I realized this has to be. I'm holding the things that I can't take no more.
trying. I'm trying. I gotta get me potatoes already. Alright, trust me. I got problems. Okay? Yeah, the fucking they over here. I gotta get on. Alright? More than that. But you know what? So great. It's like, it's so, like, freeing for both of us. And I still love her. I love my babies. And that's why, you know, this wasn't an acid-driven night, you know what I mean? It could have been. But it just simply wasn't. I got enough shit to do tomorrow. You know, I got two beautiful things. Love the day. And I've been getting so much bullshit, you know, about me and the wife, but the bullshit was, she was just responding. They only check Ellen records. She was already speaking. And I had filed on her like 10 days before. Okay? And so there was going to be this big jurisdictional battle that my lawyer texted me, you're going to spend about $150,000 just for the number one state, whatever the divorce is. Okay? That's my money, all right? I was supposed to write a retainer tomorrow if she wanted to go to war for like 50,000 dollars. Okay? It's for war, right? And which is big. It's like, I always wanted for it. My wife was afraid that she'll have the house that she decides that she can be free and unanswerable question of looking away. No, none of that piece of shit is a more all the fucking time. Or always. I've got babies that have to be in school. But since they shift from the internet, man, they have people taking pictures of my kids, man. It's like, motherfucker, you know what I mean? It's like I'm the guy behind the microphone. You know, those are my babies. And they're just being fucking idiots. You know, I couldn't even go out and trick or treating with people fucking up in my business, but I never even knew. So many motherfuckers. I couldn't take it. I just sit down. Because everybody knows my fucking business. But they also know my babies and they couldn't say it. And everybody out there is either swinging, fucking divorced, fucking somebody else or fucking else. You know, they know it's over there with a throwing stone.
Let me ask you a question, man. A story that was fucking hysterical. I didn't understand it. You're a funny fucking thing. What's going on in your life right now, bro? We get you. The people in the church, we love you.
I know.
We want you to know one thing. What's the easy thing? It's the way to get out. Shotguns and Jews, you know. This is one of the areas. Sometimes people try out the good things. They didn't know anybody. Every time they just found out that these people jumped out. What does this happen? How does this happen? This is no doubt.
Ways to money.
Yeah, she dated the guy. She fucking the show was on. She broke up with her husband for 14 fucking years. And they had like a thing that they like, yeah. You know, listen, man, people sometimes I pray every day. I literally days and left with her. I pray every day because you know, listen, fucking is fucking hardest. Be two lumps, but you're gonna take any.
Okay.
You're gonna take any. You like you can hold it, or you can just take the white flag, get naked, and you're gonna go be real asshole. What the fuck you gotta do? Okay? You know, you're gonna ask her. Or you clinch it. You clinch it and make her think wrong.
She didn't do nothing wrong. And you know what? She did help me in my career in early treatment when I got less comic standing. Okay, Jim, DJ Brian, I was in the Laugh Factory, and he said, come back, I need you here on Saturday. And I looked at the line, and she was taking permission to could have done it. And so I had to come back. And the ticket was like $1,100. You know, and that was 2 months of rent, man. That's real fucking shit. Like, for a baby, for a big fucking baby. And I rolled the dice, and I couldn't afford to run a credit card that her mom had given her for insurance. And she put it all in there. And that's what launched my career. So she gets, yes, motherfucker, she gets it. Okay? She's gonna be trying to separate from my place. She's gonna be getting out of like white people because we're here. Some babies already have big things set up for them. They'll never want it. They'll never have what I've been through. You know? And it's like, that's what it's just so, you know, they're just dumb. These motherfuckers. You know,
That is a good thing.
yeah, right.
I use the internet as things. I see people using other things. That's fine. It's a joke expression. But sometimes if you want to be alive on the internet, it's not going to be as good. But it's a situation where no person's not.
Nothing's happened yet.
Keep doing what you're doing. Try to put the pieces together.
Trying.
Be a father. That's this. Listen. I lost a child, of course. I lost dignity in a divorce. And this day, honestly, I know. I'm like Michael Douglas in Stick was a movie when this thing on the fire. Walking poles, standing tall, explaining.
Yeah. Strong.
The movie really scared me. So, when you don't know to
Lost his job.
drug those it's pretty funny. And I always saw that happen to me with my ex-wife. That's how bad of a divorce. I forgave my stepfather. To this day, I go to old school. You know, I say, yeah, we never gave you what was coming to you. You know, so I go get what was coming to me. That was my friend was doing back then. He didn't give me my mother's money, but I'm in the omission. For 3 years, I lived with him. I was prepared to like him to the car, grab his phone, shoot him. Where's his money? So you shoot him. Yep, I'm gonna get his money now. So I had a terrible idea. I hate him for fucking years. I'm like, this is how that raised me. You give me $1,000. What was I gonna do? Was I gonna invest? I am building up. I was standing in the fire. Fuck you. So in a way, it's saved my fucking money, you know? So I forgave him over the years. And I forgave him because I believed him. I didn't go to the funeral. I said, wow. I went to see his wife and then she died. But I let it go. I let it go. I don't have that. Right now,
No, and I'm the numbers. I just love my babies. I think I'm not a place here and I hate them.
Okay, there's levels of a divorce. When she walked out of the house, you know, listen, I'm just gonna be a mile under her. Anytime you want, this gets too easy. And I was one day out of the way, looking at it going, this is a dream come true. I'm doing comedy. I wanted to be a funny movie. I just got out of prison. I've been working. I went to comedy. And all of a sudden,
I love the movies. I like
something else. Because that's like,
yeah.
once a trick, you go to fine print. It's a fine print. It has to exist. It has to exist. The law says it has to exist. And sometimes it's that. So, you know, you're one of the most
and now I'm properly medicated by probably the best psychiatry at Vanderbilt. He's fucking amazing. He's got me chemically down, and I sleep 8 hours. I'm up. I don't walk. I feel great. He's fucking amazing, right? But before I got properly medicated, I was a fucking nut and a complete asshole. Okay? And you know what you do after 2 years in life?
What question did you have?
Not a question, but it was my parents were divorced, and I actually got divorced earlier. Like they had said, you met, I would be better just to have like a
Just a tough dude. It's let's get something out of you. This commentary is a great show. And it shows a lot of comics in the country and vice versa. Ralphie wasn't going to understand. He was already had one. Ralphie was already a lot of people that tickets to see him. It's just accelerated. It's become somebody. Ralphie May was already somebody. You follow me? Ralphie May was already somebody. I just said I was there. I was there. You were cooking for us with the money. Just thinking like that. We didn't know anything. Give a fuck. Didn't get that. Turn around. Fuck up. Yeah. Give me $200 to do it. It's hard. Man, this is not journey for you. I hope that you can get the money to see those peace. always makes fucked up choices. And she's got this guy is a go-go dancer for old dudes, and he's them out.
Nobody want to see that. That's the point of my life. I mean, and let me finish it. You know, but my wife goes, it's a measuring cup. And I'm like, well, maybe no, you dirty bitch. I ain't never seen one in a dishwasher. It's just gross. You think the same cat? That's disgusting. And so I was just like, fucking, you know what I go to? I continue speaking about me. I was like I just said before I got on stage. All I said was other than the cocktail. That's all I remember. And then just like, go fuck yourself.
It's all
In 92, I played the hip hop comedy star Steve Harvey, Rashawn McDonald, all white, and comedy club in our hotel. Okay, and I was sitting back there with these crazy ass, like, I met this guy over here, my name's Willie D. Alright, he's Willie D for the Denver boys, okay? And then this little ass midget walks over with me. Okay, and he's there, okay? There was no bullshit. He had nights on him and shit. That little motherfucker touching balls off. That's what I live with him. Okay, no, but he doing this holiday, and we listen to fucking slow song records. This DJ Scroll and stuff. But we drank that was 7 months. Okay, Mountain Dew. They do Mountain Dew. So drink that stuff. Right, and we was fucked up. A lot in mind, okay? They opened a lot in this shitload. What's that shit? The raspberry liqueur, like Shamwood in it. So you have like grape soda with some Shamwood and syrup. Okay, and all of us were doing that. It was like, I didn't know what hit me. Okay, because it didn't taste like good. And I was like, what? And they told me on stage. And for whatever reason, it was the greatest set of the 4 years I've ever done comedy. And I just you get out there. This damn takes the whole week off. There's parties every night. Until when I used to work, until the next Thanksgiving is in. But then after that, they're out. Everybody's seeing.
Anyway, like I used to tell you, I'm going to do it every season now. Like 6 weeks ago. So I was holding dog. I got my help snap with the one thing, on the short. Those planes are filthy. Those planes are filthy. Fucked up the job. You get off a plane and steam it with chemicals. They wait for nothing. In my bag, there's a fucking vaporizer. They're going to hang us guys on one for everything. That's the first thing I do. I said, on somebody else's ass, I'm on the ass. And I'm sticking like that fucking ass. You know, like those fucking seats there. So, it's just bad. When you fly, it's going to keep it project this time of the year. Do yourself a favor. Go to .com. Get the shit. You post it. Just don't get the contact when you fly around. What you do with the you know, you get sick this time of the year, you lose fucking thousands of dollars, especially again. My vitamin C when I fly, and I also take meat with it. It's not the only thing fucking out. It's got fruit, sport, wage, walk, whatever the fuck you want to do. When you fly, it opens you up. They have zero bone, protein, and it's off your first order. We presently church. What did that say? It's half of usually 20. You get it. Usually 20 bucks. 20 piece. You get right now. These things. It's 1,200. I'm looking like a doctor. Got all. Broke my heart, man. 56 time right now. We got the cigar. Then I have the tobacco on a cigarette. It's 24, 16, 8, 0 milligrams of nicotine. Which will do whatever the fuck you want to do. My dad likes the flavor and stuff. And the flavors, you can switch it up. Go to hitthesix.com and press it. Joey's Church. 50% off. You have a life doctor. The paper cake. Paper pen. You like the one that used to be a double. Help it right now. He's got my Joey. He makes flavor. We have ever been on the door again. All the wagon store up there. And they live in California. Yeah, they're also makers of money. There you go. You look at the paper. We support the way. We support these things. We support it. Please go and look up. It's a holiday season. It's beautiful. You know, that's perfect for you. I'm here to save you. I'm not trying to fucking say, you know, don't forget my main man is where I'm right. Anyway, I'm in Portland Thursday, Sunday, and I'm in New Jersey next week. I love that comment. And maybe I like this. You know what? It's back 16, 17 years, 14, 40. You know, my little glass table set you know, right up the years ago. Thank you all for having me on. I really appreciate it. And I don't know if I can
so I thought that's funny. But it makes me cry laughing. So. Jerry Lawler and fucking rascal. And then like 2 weeks later, I saw Kaufman get beat by a woman. One of these big bitches from Tennessee. I mean, she's big, probably Mississippi. Okay, this big bitch whipped his ass. Actually, it's third tier, but it's legendary. You know what I mean? It was and there's something else I forget to do about that. But I mean, dude, I went to so much wrestling. I saw Ric Flair win the heavy metal belt from Harley Race, and it was the second world championship. And then I saw Dusty Rhodes beat him, and then he beat Dusty Rhodes again for his third championship. It was tremendous. Flair was everywhere. It was fantastic. That wrestling was so good. I remember as a kid spitting on fucking Doodle the Butcher. I spit on it. Okay, I spit on it. I spit on it. Oh yeah, man. Kids been down there with fucking on suicide cups. That's what's that. Okay, that's when you take the coat. Alright, you tell them just a little hot. And then you hit every type of coke. We have to fucking take it in for suicide. Get all fucking hopped up on that suicide. Like coke, Dr. Pepper, fucking orange, orange Sprite. Cops are cops. Thank you. Get on the green one. Still icy. Like the 49 seal was Sprite or something. We had Dreamsicle, which was the one next with orange soda. Oh, so good, man. It fucking sounds so good right now. I'm fucking icy. I just want you to know I was cruising on nothing and then fucking one into that dancing for money at the bar. And it's
No, it was already. I had already.
right.
I was getting these I was with kids down in college in Pennsylvania, East Stroudsburg. I still have think about it. One particular night when I was selling purple mic. I go, when you sell it, you do it. Was far away, but the people would be on those streets. Amazing. Well, he goes, you got to get one of those. My head was blown. That means I got a partner. I said, I got a headache. Like, what was going to happen? Right? All you was that he went to a 60. But the show, quick would show up, maybe show up. Well, it's like, okay, what time? What's it? We had a extra office at 8 o'clock. Okay, pick you up. I said, music, I'm going to be working for 8 o'clock. I can't miss. It's like, I miss my heart, but you can't get me. I'm like, God. That way, it's all the people. I can buy something. I gotta get some stuff. You see my card? Say that to me like that. If I got here, I would just sit there. Zero. Wave, and next year you're gonna back with the beat.
Thanksgiving, pardon me. Drank beers all day long, and then went down and did the comedy store and got okay, and I was going out of you. Oh, and the tip, 4 heads of apple. What? What? Yeah, he ate 4 ounces of mushrooms. I swear to God. Okay, 4 ounces and 4 heads of apple. Smoked at least an ounce of my weed. I'm going to juice. And call the Canadians for twice to come up and bring one.
I'm sandwiching.
Oh, dude. Yeah. Okay, I can set up fucking chicken salad, toast, chicken salad, avocado, and tomato. Wait, that's pretty good for me.
You took me to that. That was it. Sandwich. He still gave me a bill after the sandwich.
Oh, yeah. Oh, what's that? Oh, my God, yeah. Yeah, green glass. Green glass. Yeah. They must hire the dumbest fucking people. I was there at the time before that, and I got a fucking Colombian egg sandwich. Okay, that's a strong move. Okay. Last night, boom, a couple times on the phone, boom, that's great. And they fucking found this line, and the goddamn thing left the plastic on the outside, so it burned. It was all toxic. I'm like, what the fuck? Okay, just send this back. Fuck it, I don't want you even here. And I got high with you. It's all my thing. Oh my God, nobody gives a shit.
Tease them.
No, it's funny because I can get pepperoni. You don't have any pepperoni in your ones. They don't plastic on it. Oh my God, where do you get crabs? No, I make sandwiches. Oh my God.
This way, right? Yeah, they slice it like so. It's fucking plastic. It was right. We don't. Like you around. No, there's no that. And when you tell them that, like, I can't. It's not weird today. Because they didn't have the money, like way full. Got a car. Busy. Why are you going to that? They don't have good cold instead. What do you do? Problem with that one, they don't have a space. They have a space. I had it. No, they don't. You gotta go to Violent. That's right. Yeah. Yeah, that's why the subway too. That's why it's not something. You don't think you don't know. Cannon and I went there once. What's the one? Used to be John. Yeah, that too. John's Harry all Russian-y. Like in what newspapers about to get checked in the yard. Oh my god. The funniest jokes about that place is leaving. It's the only place you can it is a fucking how nice spoons. Yeah, this is so good. With my brother Silent Bob, we have to get in this podcast. But Torres, we was so busy last months ago. You know, it was still here. You know, working. Was in Syracuse. He's working, you know. Like, he's in the house. Oh my god. He's in the house. Oh my god. He just found out he came to stay with me. Andy Andrews and Junior Stopcat. And I came and hung out at my house. Hilarious. Those motherfuckers. Oh my god. He made me entertainment. Those motherfuckers. They're all degenerates. They're all fucking weird. And they're extremely goddamn funny. And they brought over these singers, Bird Cloud, which are fucking hilarious. Oh, washing my big old pussy. Okay? Yeah, that's
It's a real song. And they passed it on past that. Oh my gosh. And my dog Biscuits went up to Facebook. Like, I don't know, he loves the he's another song, you know.
It baffles me. You know, when you watch the movie, when you listen to this, you get the bugs. You know, what the fuck? Yes, because you don't know what you got something on USA, you know, you got FX. Basically, you have the three that HBO, whatever. You're giving to ESPN, what ESPN channels or whatever. Watch them, and you watch them, you listen to that kind of thing. You listen to people do it, and you still decide yourself, you know. I'm not even talking about myself. Any of my it's about sports and sports. We can do this. Oh, yeah. It's basically the shit he's doing on the, you know, at home right now. And your phone rings, and you're like, hey, all the inmates are missing you. Yeah, you don't what's going on. Listen, I'm making one of the innocent. I'm getting from these people telling you my personal. Well, if you don't watch this Christ, oh my gosh, I'm bound, John. That's fucking crazy people. Okay? Now we're probably speaking to a woman, bro. 7 days. Think about it. Listen, his shit on the push.
Where's the cat?
He's smoking the house. If I smoke the house out of the cats every day, you'll fucking let the tip every day like that.
I know. You believe in Jesus. You can't do what you
I can't fuck with the cats. I can't be fucking with shit.
Oh, my
That shit. Fang and shit. Once you shit, this shit's real.
This is hilarious. I remember I was reading Doug Stanhope's new book, okay? And I remembered all the crazy shit we did around fucking Hollywood. I mean, everything from there was this guy, Black Jack, and Doug would just be annoyed by, so fucking annoyed. And I'd be over there, we'd be playing Scrabble or something, or just fucking, just me, I'd bring over coffee, we'd go over jumps. And Blackjack would just show up because he never done was. Doug had his door, the screen door open on the Curson apartment. And every time he come in, Doug would just nonchalantly slide a videotape of outdoor fucking gangbang. Okay, this girl had 2 kids. All these cops and shit in there. Oh my God, it's like a blizzard. You can turn it upside down, like, all right, and while Mouth was a gang, okay, just all right, a fucking fly. And that fly was there on the inside of her. When the next dick came in, you could see it going in and out. The fly and the bubble comes on the end of the guy's dick. All right, if we just be drinking our coffee, you tell me whatever you do. Don't look over there, don't do nothing. All right, I don't care what you ask. Okay. Bro, okay, you gotta understand. Alright? We're all this time. Everybody who's really been on the road fucking knows that fucking
That's it. The retard.
right?
He's a dunce dumb. He was a fucking dum-dum. He was like, I like bullshit. I'm living with this girl. She throws me out. I'm living with the redhead.
Oh yeah. Fucking damn it, what was that show? Head of the Class. God damn, she was hot. Yeah, she was fucking hot. You gotta give it to her. That fucking head was a hot piece of ass. Yeah. Dougie was a deep in it. Okay, he was like all in it.
So he's
All in it.
coaching horse.
Right.
2 in the afternoon. There's people. No light. There was something that were vampire. There was people who were there because they were cool.
Oh
And
yeah.
that was not the place to be. They sucked.
Yes.
I did a ton of
Dougie was the best. He
Yeah.
really didn't have a point to miss. And he was like, hey man, I have to talk to you. You're a fucking comic. Let's go. Coach of horses. All right. And we just go over to the coach of horses. And it was a buddy. And just have a beer. And it was, I remember one time we were coaching horses. This guy was talking shit about goddamn all the faggots. Damn fucking motherfucking faggots. And does every motherfucking anything one thing like this. And Doug fucking grabs my hand and makes out with me. Okay, at the fucking bar. Alright, and this guy's, oh my god, oh my god. Alright, and I should have done that.
One night,
Everybody's like that now.
you're so gapped up. And then we went back to Joshua. The battery was dead. So I just wanted to go see where I can land it. And hopefully I can get back up in the window, maybe jerk off. The seat back up. Guess what I did? All I did was a suicide. It was like, all right. It was tough times at the car was fine. Sometimes the door seat just started going.
It's just, I'm telling you like this because it's so fucking fun. Because we were on the road with Douglas, okay? And I remember we were sleeping in his little Bill Cutlass, okay? And we were fucking raped. He was doing the porno fucking loser with the finger all over. Just smelled like fucking stale beer, cigarettes. It's in Houston, like, so when the fucking sun comes up, it's 110. Okay, that's when we both fucking woke up out of our fucking stupor, sweating like pigs. And the guys, Rabbi, I got fucking titty or something. Alright? Fucking great. But that's how it was. He was just fucking bananas. He was bananas. That's amazing.
Nice. I sort of touched down that. Hosted. First time I came back, just two. Wow. 6 months later, me again, touch from and we disappeared on each other's radar. And then I get this email, and people are talking about this Doug Stanhope in San Francisco, right? He's kind of the guy right now. It's a little guy with hair, and he's crazy.
By the way,
This guy,
hold on, man. This is the guy who came to the second place with Doug for the San Francisco Comedy Competition. Was being cut. Okay? And he was a motherfucker on stage. You think he's something else? Holy fuck, they lit it up. And I mean, every time Stanley goes, I see him get him like that. I see Al get him like that. I see Kenneth get him like that. But I'm telling you, man. It's dead. And he's still making it. And it was murder.
it was in LA, it was completely different than what was going on at that time. At that time, comedy for me was MTV. It was each one had comedy on Sundays. MTV still had comedy shows. It was three shows. Before Jimmy Kimmel, Carson, all that stuff. All this comedy. And then this times it was just a bit of a race. I knew he was funny, but no, I was all in June of '96. It fucking knew me, but I couldn't. I didn't go on stage for 2 or 3 fucking days. I can make me think about why I keep doing comedy. And we get a day job because I don't know if I could. But got me really good. What do you do?
used to leave pictures at his wife and below it. And then Bobby just popped up like 133 or some shit. Because he was like
Once that shit got out, I was the kid that shit. All that shit just get a bunch of things like fires and shit. Like fires, like what do you mean? Like this is what's in Jersey. For years they don't put the shit on. Magically, like it was in Jersey. This shit off. So fire, this shit off. That's really crazy. I was going through, I was tired. It was so bad for the fucking ass. That joint, shit. Always look the way they can win the 3 and 5. And I don't. I'm living in Gavin. Go fuck yourself. You with this guy trying to get this thing. shit today. Hot water, so three in the morning. This was the first jam to go, so white place. So I would play the song on Mondays. You gotta have respect. Sucking dick in purgatory. So we gotta have respect for yourself. You know, like the kid, we got this song, you know what I'm saying? Sucking dick in
Scene. Killed the guy who played De Niro's attorney, representing him at Vegas, okay, was played by the actual attorney, okay, who went up to be the mayor of Las Vegas. And he was apparently took a shady down. He had the one if it was a gross. It was pretty incredible. A little shady. That's what maybe I watched the DVD. It was just too much. Well, I'm in town to one tomorrow. Well, actually, two of them. One that Wounded Warriors at the Comedy Store early, and then my show at 10 o'clock on Tuesday is Go Rock and the Rabbits. And 100% comedians are donating the time. And we've got Hank Cook, we've got Robert Show, we've got George Carmichael, myself, Adrian Katoka, an actual native comedian, okay? And all the money goes to pay for propane in North Dakota and these reservations where they're allowed to freeze basically every year. People see their kids die, see their old people die. You know, Indians, they keep their old people with them. White folks ship them away, put them in a box. Okay, we don't let them have it until they fucking die. You know, that's what happens. But Indians keep them close. And so every year people die, and this is keep people warm. Go really deep. And so, you know, I'm happy to donate my time. And this weekend I'm in Oxnard. I'm at the new Levity Live in the mall, apparently. I don't know, I've never been there. It's brand spanking. I bet it is, man. They don't really fuck around. Those guys, they really get this shit together. You know, I mean, they're always phenomenal videos. And then when they make, like, everyone is like, let me talk the last one. Okay, like, Irvine was fucking amazing with every day. I can get the one for the that's a fucking family cheeseburger tip. Alright? And then, that's why it's the fourth one in Southern California. And it's the newest one. And they do something bigger and better than Irvine. You know, they gotta step up. So they got another upper close in there. Or just you get like 200 people on tap. Like 300. No, but it's great. It's awesome.
People before the show starts. He's got that. After the show, they fucking leave. I'm telling you, it's just, they let me off fucking. Like, he thought, you know, like, they Me and fuck. What do you
Honestly, I think like us, Joe Rogan, somebody go get shot. One of us gonna get shot instead. It's gonna be horrific. I hope it's me because of the second thing. 42 times now, or so. I'll get over there to fucking 25 other people fucking got it with a black one at the bottom. Like you're not. It's so funny.
That's shut up. People are gonna club.
Dude.
Bad.
No, never.
I was told to wait until I was bigger. And I was kind of relieved I couldn't do it. I can't lie to anybody. Last time I went to New York, we got somebody to bring down with some of my friends. So it was something great. I got to tell you something. My name is maybe it's one of them. Yeah, it was he was going to mistake. What's happened? Shit was crazy, man. He said, I saw him at the UFC 5 years ago. He said that he had his saying words and all this shit. And I can't see it. I have to see it. Shut up. Are they on?
In a lot of states, in Tennessee, I'm sure there are when I was I had to career. That was so cool.
There's a bunch of realities involved in life. Myself, my seatbelt. Whoa.
TSA. I mean, I don't know where it is. I mean, like it's all places. I had to stand there. It was all time. No.
It's like in Russia.
wear shades and look like a douche in front of people, and it's like so. I have to what's up, and then I kind of make that too. I've got great vision. I can use them in 2010. When I got it done, I was 2020. The next day was 2015. The day after that was healed up, and it was 2010. I'm like, yeah.
I can't see big either. And now I don't know what happened. I can see those things. You know, Paris, you know, sleep when I do this. I can't see them. I can't see them.
Oh, really?
That's crazy. But that's what happened.
You really do fun shit. I mean, you like big tasting music. They're always jams, like Rothschild. It's really funny. You put it up in fun. I love it.
I get up in the morning. I get up like everybody fucking does. You get up on Sunday. Wait, what time is it? Last night. Maybe 10 o'clock. Because I had the weekend. Like I slept all weekend. I got 2 hours before I got up. I got up at 3 a.m. last night. 3 a.m. is like that for like 7 minutes. I'm in the robot. I'm in the office. I'm buckets.
It's amazing. Army did. I have a question.
I slept. People in the what was going on. No idea what was going on. It's a different feel.
Ones were all for VR, like the choice first. So going back to your think about like what that was like. Well, I've been running those kind of shows for like 5 years straight. I can last every 4 to 5 seconds. And the album went because I got down with this comic. We used to like big deal. Afterwards, like, you're like, oh God, you know, there's like, oh my God, there's like, you get this thing, right? And then you raise your hand, and then you look up, and the ass all right. The panic that you can't do this stuff because people are going to see all that shit coming, and you're not going to tell you that this jokes are built for comedian. He won't allow himself to beat himself up and go realer. Okay, and that's what this is going to do. It's going to act as a catalyst to Spurs right. And then you're able to have an hour and a half. It's who it is. But for like the next month, he's going to be a little bit of a panic. Right? And
This way.
so you're ready with the one on this one?
Ready with all this. There's no help. I have like to step back to the spectrum. You know what I'm saying? I had fun with him this week off. Start next week. And then go to Vegas. I'll get some material put together. I'm like Janet Jackson now.
And so I knew what I was doing. I've been going to the South for years.
Yeah, you. They got it.
It's so fucking hot, okay? It's insane. Basic same order, minus this saying and so on. Okay, you make this saying and so on. Yeah, that's right.
That's why at that time, I guess the video wasn't on TV. So it wasn't about it. The music was good. The visual effects, videos, Here's mother. I like this type of shit. My guy takes it. What's up, Lisa? Are you ready for it? Eat the box. We'll sleep you right up. There was a lot of fun. I felt I felt like the different concept of comedy that I never really thought about it because I knew it was cheap. I never went there with it. I feel the same way every Saturday after I do 5 fucking shows. Especially if I'm I don't work out stuff. Tuesday on Saturday, Cleveland, 30, 40 minutes, and go that fucking pain. I'm not saying everything hurts. My whole body is like, sometimes I don't even know what hours do I go to shower. I don't know. That's the shower, the shower. Leroy, that's me. That's so hard. I want the shower for so long. Everything. And then next to it, pick up the nail, and you go in there, chisel that. It was like
down and take a big old shit.
Yeah.
I love it. I appreciate children. Don't come back to my house. You know what I mean? I'm your man. Okay, what's that? Okay, you know your favorite name. Say the way. At least maybe they it was like 2 in the morning. I got like this almost searching to see what I'm coming. 8 inches. It was like.
That was all. Half a fact.
So funny.
Not the first time I over this way. The pressure blew out of my back. When I heard it. And within 2 minutes, he looked at me. And he's there because on the windows, and that comes goes. So Lee gets the first dose. This guy gets the second dose. She was supposed to come back. This far comes back. Breaks. This having and that's first I do it, but that fucking idiot. It's got it on right. Turkey. Their mouth has to be around here. Robbie was crazy. It's tough to get. You got upgraded. Started the flight at 7:30. Then a joint. 3 hours before. Outside. Because people are back there farting. You can't even fucking go out with your friends and fucking here. Trust me, though. Sit back on the plane. Those are the cheapest tickets. Those are the ones that when you go on there, they give you a cheap seat.
I'm sitting in like 21. Unless I'm here like 100. Awesome. That was anyway, on the when you were checking.
Yeah, what? dedicating it. Get 10%. Frisky's really not eating it. It's eating everything. Every time you put a thing out, there's a so we'll 6 fucking times and keep up into a days. Frisky was like that fucking. So I remember that for the next 2 years. So you know what the other thing. And she was like, she'll make you bend the right amount every day. How do you bend the right amount every day? You know? I mean, this is how this is look like. Get your dudes in the bed. The bed next to your feet and then just control automatic bed. Level and with the bed you can schedule And I guarantee you, it's a trap. That's what you're going to get. It's a pleasure to have you. You bring peace. It's good. It's much nice. This Friday, Saturday, Thursday.
Yeah, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And off for a week, thank God. It's eight state run. So
You like a
come on, exactly. How much I love you.
Music.
Today I'm at the Rothschild for helping Native Americans get appropriate people in North Dakota. It's a great cause. They're great people. Alright, you don't deserve that shit. We used to have fucking holes in the walls that weren't the windows. It was fucking times. It was bad. It was bad. I can't. You know, just I agree. It's always different. Some people have a little better anti-madness rate behind you. Completely 100% right. Not a single thing that he's doing. Chris goes like once it's your list of years. It's sort of fun. Like navigating alone. I'm just terrified. I do the super driving the other day. They all want it, but yeah. Now I'm seeing you. It might actually be better for you. See what's going on out there. Navigate around by yourself. Explain that. Yeah, like this. This is like literally like. I just feel like I'm almost like can you do it from the sound? What do you do with the rest of your days? Like, what else goes on? You're awful. You go blind any day now. You're gonna do? Feels and these are real things, right? Great voice. What do you think about it? Can you put your things? Other than jerking off and stand-up comedy, though, I mean, you must have like some hobby or something. I could play something if you want. Yeah, that's like games. And that's one thing I'll find. You know, it's like maybe. Oh, I like it. Very good. I was putting some off an hour. I was like, oh,
rest your eyes and dot your T's. It's amazing. Right? You guys, with two condoms. Not even scared of it. It's not just. I have I was so much. I know this. Next month. All right, so you're 21st.
Oh, God. Like, there's a president. She can make What up, man? How you living? Yo, OMG, how you living? How you living, baby Smalls? Yo, dog, do you speak English? How is your day going? Go fuck yourself. No, yes. I played the replacement stage. Nobody's watching. I know you made me think of yourself. What the fuck is this? You're scared of some street. You've never watched this. You've just seen that. What is that? If you stay, These days. What are your thoughts on appearances? Well, what do you call that? I'm pretty disappointed. The group has put in the work. But you put that motherfucker on the year reserve. So who's got it? Who's getting that? Dog shit. My fucking gut. Whatever. God, you're so fucking stupid. The guy only writes in butt permanent marker.